This live and free stream from the 2021 Top End Nationals at Darwin's Hidden Valley is proudly brought to you by ANDRA, the Australian National Drag Racing Association, Summit Racing Equipment, Summit Sportsman Series, Crow Cams, Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory.
Yes, so the amount of preparation you put into these cars, I mean, this is the Australian Drag Racing Championship, round one, you've been preparing, and to do a tail shaft so early on, what a massive blow.
Oh, look, and it's always the way it goes. Unfortunately, you look at some of the biggest accidents happen due to either a 20-cent part or a $4 part.
Very, very true.
All
yes,
right.
Indeed.
Okay. Next picking up our way very shortly, a tough-looking Camaro over there in lane 2. Take a look at that for Anthony Fury. And a beautiful car up along the VT alongside of him, the VT Calais. Great to see this car out here also. Looks like for Dylan Wegner. So some good stuff coming our way.
I tell you what, Tony Fury's pretty strong on the track with this car. Of course, it is one of the latest of 2020 Camaro, one of the nice new ones out there. Let's see how he does and flies down the track tonight.
That's impressive.
Certainly is. The good thing with street cars, though, it's not about whether or not you can get down there quickest or fastest. It's whoever gets as close to their dial-in times as possible. And let me tell you, pretty impressive. 10.57 with an O on that one there from Tony Fury at 120 mile an hour. Dylan Wegner, now he's been pretty consistent down here trackside, and of course the last couple of rounds he's taken out number 1 and number 2. So this time Dylan did a 15.071. Keep an eye on that 15.071. Because let me tell you, Dylan can be quite consistent and strong driver with that one. As Tony List comes out in the XE Falcon, the 4.1 litre XE Falcon. Not many of these around, but I'll tell you what, this is a very impressive motor vehicle. It's had a hiatus for the last 2.5-3 years. One of those was, which I didn't include one of those years because it was COVID, so everyone was out. So he's been out for about 4 years, but it's good to see Tony List back. You see him, if he gets out of that car, he's about 12'4". And I can't figure out how he fits in that car sometimes. There you go, not a bad start. 0.326 reaction time from him there. 2.1 to the 60. It does the full pass in a time of 13.181. So that puts him second fastest after the first set of qualifying here this afternoon.
Indeed. Yeah, good pass. So at this stage, in first position, we've got Tony Fury and Tony List in second place with Grant Major there in third place. This is, of course, early qualifying, round 1 of qualifying here for...
Okay, next up, boys and girls, out there is going to be street bikes. So moving on to our next category out here this weekend for their first qualifier. And no matter whether you got 2 wheels, 4 wheels, these things here soon get down the quarter mile pretty quickly. So looking over on the start line here, a couple of tough bikes, no doubt. And we've got Mayrose Henry Mayrose, on board the Suzuki Hayabusa. And going over the far side, folks, I can't see what's on bike number 2 as far as numbers, man.
Okay, look, we got Mary Rose Henry over here on NT Electrical Group lane number 1 with Mark Tattingham, Summit Racing lane number 2. And of course, 2 very consistent, strong bikes. Mark Tattingham, he usually takes out the blue ribbon with some of these events on the street bikes. Let's see what he can pull for the first qualifying here this afternoon.
Terrific reaction times. Got a
Perfect.
3 donuts there for Mark Tattingham.
That's the first perfect reaction time we've had all year so far.
Indeed, yes.
And he did it during qualifying. That doesn't count.
No, but he goes through with a 10.14 at 142 miles per hour. Very impressive. And just behind him, not far off the pace, was Mary Rose Henry with a 10.70 at 137 miles per hour.
I tell you what, Mary Rose, she knows how to twist the throttle on that bike, and I tell you, keep an eye on her. Of course, her other half rides one of the other bikes as well. And I tell you what, when these guys get together, Alan Henry on his bike, he can tell you what, he knows how to twist the throttle on his Hayabusa on the modified bikes. They'll be coming up very shortly. So street bikes still happening at the moment. Let's see who else we've got coming out next. We've got a couple of entries. Of course, we were looking at Daniel Dumsney along with Gregory. You can pronounce that one if you like, Sean.
Katsouris.
Oh, that's pretty close. Matthew Chapney as well. Be out on the track. Let's see who the next two bikes we have coming up as they sprinkle a little bit of water onto the burnout pad just to make it a little bit easier for the guys to warm up those rear tyres. Now, Matt, it'll be getting a bit warm out there for you down there at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, no, they're down behind the start line, as you said, just in the staging area, getting ready to make their way towards the track. What a beautiful night. The sun has gone down, the heat. I'm from Adelaide, so this morning I got on a plane. It was about 4. So made my way up here, got off the plane and pretty much jumped into shorts and a T-shirt from the airport. But I tell you guys have awesome weather. I did spend a few months up here a number of years ago, and any chance I get to return up to your wonderful territory is just absolutely... I take it, you know. So thanks for having me in your neck of the woods.
That's all right.
I head back to Adelaide on Sunday, but I'm sure I'll be back at some stage.
You know what us Territorians would probably say? Sucks to be you. It's nice and warm up here.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. I kind of like having 4 seasons too, you know. So we have winter, we have bloody hot summer. I mean, it's 40, 44, all those crazy numbers during our summer.
Oh.
But we do like having our 4 seasons, and sometimes we have a couple of those in a day.
You do, we don't. We can have basically 6 months, seven months of the year. It's beautiful, balmy, humid. See, the humidity gets us up here. 99% humidity at about 36 degrees. So you've had a shower once you've had a shower, and then you can go back in and have another shower and still be wet.
That is pretty impressive, actually. I was up here at the time I did come up for a couple of months. It was between December and February. And I tell you, I was walking around the streets and I just could not believe you could open your mouth and end up with a mouthful of water. It was that humid. It was awesome, actually. I really enjoyed it. I don't mind the humidity, and I get to experience that. So I know what you guys say when you say you have 110% humidity.
You know what? And we love it up here. Coming up next, we've got the Super Street cars making their way out onto the track. And coming out on track number 1 will be Elisa Gabrielini in the 05 SS Commodore, the 6.2 litre, all the way from WA. She's going up against Alan Appleby, one of our local men who, I tell you, this guy knows how to pedal this car. This is an awesome looking car. It's the VYSS 6.2 litre. Beat the heat Commodore, pulls around about 11.4s, 11.3s consistently, and that's what it's all about. That's the key here, is consistency. So let's see how these guys qualify this evening as they get ready to roll their way up to the burnout pad there. So Lisa from WA up against the local boy, Alan Appleby. I'll tell you, I'm looking forward to seeing this one. Alan's been he did pretty well on the other weekend during the V8s, and of course we had some excellent racing. I could safely say with that.
Oh, it certainly was. It was a great weekend. I was lucky enough to be up here, coming up from Perth for the weekend only 4 weeks ago, and it was magnificent. Great to see the supercars out here as usual.
Okay, here the cars are. We're changing slight order here, so we're cruising along with our next bracket, and some pretty tough cars, including some of the cars that have made their way from interstate. So a real cross-border affair is Super Street. We have Northern Territory, South Australia and Western Australia well represented. So great to see the travellers making their way to the top end for this awesome event. And the first pair off the starting blocks will be this pair, the WA Performance and Service Centre entry up alongside the Cop Car.
Not a bad start there. I'll tell you what, Lisa getting off the line first there with the 0.71 reaction time. Alan Appleby chasing at the bit there, 100.118 reaction time. Have a look at those two ETs there.
Absolutely, what a magnificent pass. Very, very even. Very, very close across the finish line. There couldn't have been much more than a few feet in that. But yeah, Lisa Garbellini will go through with a 11.498 at 117 miles per hour. And of course, Alan Appleby at 11.235 at 122 miles per hour, sorry.
That's it. And I'll tell you what, the next two cars coming up now, we've got Paul Garbellini in his car, and of course Paul's in that fantastic looking 05 SS Commodore again. So that's another one of the SS Commodores up against Bruce Kim this time. Now Bruce Kim, he's flying down in the VL 5.7 litre Commodore. A few Commodores on track tonight. What surprises me is this one from South Australia. I haven't seen one of those cars in a very, very long time.
Yeah, great launch from Bruce Kim.
Absolutely. Look at that.
Paul Garbellini a little bit off the pace. Good reaction time, but a little bit off the pace.
Well, let's have a look at that ET there. Bruce King with an 11.264 at 118.4 mile an hour. Paul Garbellini a little bit slower there with 11.9.
Yes, indeed. Very experienced racer, Paul Garbellini, and he's actually the reigning Super Street champion, national champion, having won the race, the championship over there in Mildura in Victoria.
Well, coming up on the track now on lane 1, starting to get a bit dyslexic here. Lane number 1 sees Sarah May Bates in the queue, in the HQ, thanks to the Rich Day Select sponsored car, up against Sean Boyer, the MacBoy Mechanical Toyota Hilux. Maybe a Hilux, but I'll tell you what, this is a quick one.
Yeah, it looks like Sarah May Bates has got the pace. A 10.31 at 124 miles an hour, up against Sean Boyer with a 12.854 at 70.
Okey doke.
Looks like
Next pair down here on the start line, we have all the way from Adelaide, Michael Bridges on board the Centura. That is one awesome car, and this guy travels to any track you put a race event on, and he will be there. And going back over to the purple utility, what a tough-looking beast over there as well for Glenn Sturkenberg. Great stuff away from WA, so SA and WA on the start line.
Well, I'm glad you pronounced Glenn's last name for me, Sturkenberg. Now I can get that, I can remember that. Have a look at this car. Who the hell still owns a Chrysler Centura? Really?
Yeah, there's not many on the roads these days.
And not just any Chrysler Centura, buddy.
I actually had one of those as a hire car many years ago. Probably didn't go as fast as this one. Probably didn't have as many rattles. This one doesn't have as many rattles as that one either, but have a look at this car fly. Michael Bridges in the Centura does a 0.17 reaction time and does the pass in a time of 11.805.
Unbelievable. And Glenn Sturkenberg from WA with a 10.486, 129 kilometres an hour. Glenn came fourth in the WA Drag Racing Championship this season for Super Street, and it's great to see him up here. The beautiful VR Commodore Ute. Purple, and some people call him the Purple Sturkenberg. No, not at all. It's Glenn Sturkenberg in the purple VR Ute.
Love it. I love it. I love the nicknames some people actually do give cars and their drivers, and some of them think, seriously? Really?
Absolutely, yeah.
We dear, oh dear. We're popping up across now to the junior dragsters. Sean McCabe joining me in the box with, of course, Matt Bubner out there on the trackside. Now, you talked about this young fella before, Cooper Plummer, all the way from
South Australia.
Righto, boys and girls, moving on now to junior dragster. Take a look on the start line. These might be a little half-scale dragsters, but I tell you, they certainly pack a punch. So coming over here to lane 1, all the way from Adelaide, the Flaming Aussie, that is Cooper Plummer. And going over to lane 2 over there, 5475. Check it out, that would be Brody Zappia, I think, over there as well. So check him out over there on the far side. Western Australia up alongside South Australia.
Cooper Plummer with the 350cc junior dragster, and of course Brody Zappia in the Mike Boss junior dragster, 543 cc's.
Indeed it is.
Cubic zirconias.
Exactly, yes, just under half a litre, or just over half a litre I should say.
That'd be the size of the engine it would do in a Centura, wouldn't it?
All Super Sedan competitors, please make your way to the staging lanes. That's all Super Sedan competitors. Please make your way to the staging lanes. We want to keep this show running on time.
I'll tell you what, if you've got some friends who can't make it trackside here this evening or this weekend, tell them. Of course, jump onto the internet. I've just got to find it. Jump onto YouTube. Top End Nationals Qualifying is live. Get them to jump on YouTube, and of course, Top End Nationals Qualifying live. We've got. If you saw what we had in our commentary box at the moment, you'd think that we're a really like $3 million production unit going on here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We've got 7 computer screens, 1 mouse, and 2 monitors.
Okay, so Cooper Plummer, Cooper Plummer reaction time is 0.87.
And an awesome reaction time out of Cooper Plummer there on the scoreboard. Great stuff.
Yep, so Cooper Plummer goes through with at 67.22 kilometres per hour, and Brody Zappia with an 81.4 miles per hour.
Okay, a couple more firing up down behind the start line. They sound like angry wasps as they make their way up along here beside the starter and the start line crew. And we'll go for a bit of a walk down here and see who we can see. And looking at these, the eyes on the drivers, Aidan Abel over here in lane 1. And he has a pretty tough looking dragster. Looking back further, I can't quite see. It's going to come our way momentarily. But if we go have a look down here, the AJD of Aidan Abel.
Of course, Aidan Abel, one of our local boys out there in the 543cc half scale. Of course, his father Matt, of course, in the top Doorslammers and the top fuelers and eliminators. I think Matt's dabbling in just about all of them. I tell you what, and a very good peddler as well.
Yes, he'll be coming out a little bit later on the top Doorslammers. But in the other lane, we have Scarlett Sherwood. Great to see the girls up there racing too, taking up to the boys.
And just died down here on the start line, folks. So they'll just push the car back behind the start line. May get another crack at it. We'll have a look and see. May not.
Scarlett Sherwood showing that drag racing is not just for the boys.
Unfortunately, I'm not quite sure what's happened back there, but it looks like we're pulling Aidan back off the track. Yeah, it looks like Aidan's back off. Oh, I'll look at one of our 6 monitors and that might be able to help me. You can see that on YouTube. Oh, look, it's on YouTube. Yeah, Aidan Abel getting dragged back there. So, of course, as we did mention, jump onto the Facebook page and, of course, check out where we are. So YouTube, Top End Drag, Top End Nationals qualifying. We are live. So I'm multitasking here today. Apparently men can't multitask too well, but I'll tell you what, we've got it set up here. We're doing this. So coming up, I'll let you know who we got coming up next. But it looks like it was Scarlett who was pushed.
Okay, here we are back down on the start line here. The little junior dragster coming our way. So great start to see. Scarlett Sherwood is the little driver on board the car. Man, she is in and she is gone. There was no messing around behind the start line for her at all. And powering down the 8th mile for the little JD. And good stuff for Scarlett.
A 0.205 reaction time from her, Sean and Matt. Have a look at that. And not a bad ET, not a bad ET at all.
Yeah, 12.691 at 56.45 kilometres an hour for Scarlett Sherwood. She's in the A Junior Dragsters.
Well, thanks to Able Tiling and ProGrind NT. Tell you what, it's great. One of the good things is we see a lot of the junior dragsters, and all you got to do is you got to look at the likes of the Able team. And of course, and all the others, Nathan Coles and all those guys who have moved their way up from the junior dragsters. And of course, Nathan going straight from a junior dragster straight into a, he went straight to the top. Yeah. Basically, he went straight to a top door slammer. He missed the bits in the middle. Yes. He went, bugger it, I'm just going to go straight through it. So, and I'll tell you what, look where it sees him these days. He does a fantastic job. And this is what it's all about. Getting the young fellas in, getting the young guys, young kids, we'll go with young kids. I'll get it politically correct. Getting the young kids into motorsports, and of course this is where it all starts. Girls, boys, hey look, everyone's welcome.
Absolutely. I notice in Perth we've got Maddie Brown, who's stepped up from the juniors. She's now in a funny car, a top, nitro funny car. So it's, she's really stepped up.
This can only be modified bike, guys. Sorry if I cut you out there over in the control tower. I just can't hear over these bikes. And we have Alan Henry on board the Hayabusa. And look at the length of that swing arm. That bike there is the limo version, extended beyond belief. And going over to lane 2, looks like another Suzuki over there as well. These guys seem to run a lot of these bikes out here. And that looks like it's going to be maybe Rob Harrison.
Certainly is. Rob Harrison on the Suzuki 1300, all the way from Queensland. Of course, one of our guys who's come back and given us a bit of a visit alongside Alan Henry. Have a look at this. Alan Henry, as I said to you before, Alan Henry is a guy to keep an eye on for. He's just hit the red. Doesn't matter too much, but have a look at that ET.
Absolutely. An 8.806. Magnificent effort. And Robert Harrison, the 9.582 and 150 miles per hour. All Super Sedan competitors, please make your way to the staging lanes immediately. All Super Sedan competitors to the staging lanes immediately, please.
So the next 2 bikes to make their way onto the track, of course, over there on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, Baldy, Colin Sainsbury. He's out on his bike, and of course, he's decided to bring the Kawasaki back out, the 1327cc Territorian. It's good to have him on the track. And alongside of him will be Heath Costello on the Harley Pro Stock, the S&S 160 cubic inch Harley. good to see a real bike on the track.
Harley up against Kawasaki. The Kawasaki ZX-10R, 327 cubic centimetres, you said, Wayne, against the Harley Pro Stock.
I'm a Harley man, so
Yeah, likewise. I think we all are.
I might bring mine down tomorrow.
What about Harleys now, Ducatis?
I don't know about. I don't mind. I don't mind the Dukes,
Yeah.
but I'm partial to. I'm a Harley man.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah.
Let's have a look and see how Baldy goes. Now, of course, Baldy's been plagued with some mechanical issues over the last few meetings. I'm hoping that we'll see some success out of this bike tonight. A 1327cc Kawasaki GPZ. Baldy Sainsbury, lane number 1 with Heath Costello on 2.
Just didn't get going.
Who? Heath.
Unfortunately, Heath Costello just didn't get the bike to the line. A reaction time of 0.407. He's really rolled 20 feet and come to an end. But going through was Colin Sainsbury with a 9.597.
Wow.
Yes, 9.597, 139 miles per hour. Great pass there for Colin. Yeah, not sure what happened with Heath there. I'm sure we'll get a report with Heath Costello's bike, and we'll look. He'll be back out soon. This is only qualifying round 1 here.
That's good to see. Now, Baldy's back. That's great. That's a great time. 9.597. If you have a look at those times so far, if we were looking at some pro racing here, look at those times. 8.8, 9.5, 9.5. That's some pretty good times there. So
and
I think we can see some big things.
Sorry, Wayne, having a look at Colin Sainsbury's times, he's really backed it off. He's gone through with 139 miles per hour compared to Robert Harrison, who's 150 miles per hour. So he might have backed it off in the end.
I think maybe Baldy didn't want to quite push the luck, which is good. Gary Flatt, he's out next, and of course Gary Flatt is out on the Harley V-Rod Destroyer, the 1300cc, up against Mark Tattingham, of course brother of Alan, the other Tattingham. Of course, there's 2 of them. They're brothers, by the way. A lot of sibling rivalry happening with these 2. Mark Tattingham out on the Kawasaki ZX1, the 12R, the 1200cc. And of course, we got a lot of territory. It's good to see. We do have a couple of Southerners up. We've got a Western Australian, of course, Gordon Crawford coming out. And then, as we saw, what happened?
Look at Mark Tattingham. He's broken off the line. He's got a red light. That doesn't matter in qualifying. But he goes through with a magnificent time, though, 9.649 at 146 kilometres an hour. And unfortunately there for Gary Flatt.
Have a look at that. Look at those times so far. The top 4 bikes, 8.8, 9.5, 9.5, 9.6.
Consistency.
Wow. Gary Flatt, he's normally pretty consistent on the bike. Obviously, he's
he had a huge issue off the start line there. And an unrepresentative time there of a 13.76.
Don't forget, if you do have some friends who can't make it trackside, get them to jump onto YouTube. Top End Nationals qualifying session, you'll see that. Just bring up on YouTube, Top End Nationals. Or if you jump onto the Hidden Valley Drag Strip Facebook page, scroll down past the entrance list there. And just past the entrance list, you'll see a link that says Hidden Valley Drag Strip. And that says Top End Nationals qualifying. We are live, loud and proud. I know I'm live. Well, I'll tell you if I'm live in a couple of hours. I need to get a coffee.
All Super Sedan competitors, please make your way to the staging lanes. All Super Sedan competitors to the staging lanes, please.
So welcome to those who are currently watching us on YouTube. Welcome aboard. And of course, we are in the midst of our qualifying session for our Top End Nationals, round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series, going all the way through till March 22, where it'll be finishing off at the Perth Motorplex. I think I might have to come down.
It'd be great, Wayne. It'd be great if you come and joined us all. It'd be really good. Beautiful place, Perth. That's obviously where I come from.
Take that as an invitation.
Yes, you certainly are invited. Same as you, Batty Bubner. You're invited to Perth. Come along and join us.
I've got family in Perth.
Okay, down there on the start line, just having a couple of issues behind the start line area with this bike. The last one coming out from modified bike, and just trying to get the bike to move forwards, and just has a big starting problem at the moment. So
that's Gordon Crawford
there. Maybe
there,
clear
mate.
shortly. They fired it up, then it's cut out a couple of times. So we'll check it out in a couple of moments. A bit unlucky, but like we say, we got plenty of qualifying rounds. So if it doesn't work the first time, come back out again. Well, folks, what an evening it is down here at Hidden Valley Drag Strip. You guys are in the best seats in town. And for the kids especially, we got a whole bunch of bags of lollies to throw over the fence to you guys later on as well. So we'll be ditching handfuls of the things over the fence, so the kids will be going nuts. And that'll keep them high on sugar for the rest of the night. Okay, still having a bit of trouble down here with the Suzuki. Sorry, it's actually a Kawasaki according to my sheet here. Sorry, guys. And looks like they've decided to do the pushback. So it looks like we move on to our next bracket coming our way in a couple of moments. How's it from your views in there, boys?
It's great and it's cool. What about yours?
There's nothing like the sights and sounds and smells of a drag strip. The fuels, the tyres, the whole lot, the track prep, it all just makes one awesome concoction. I'd like to bottle it and sell it as an aftershave.
Really? Well, if they can bring out a VB aftershave, I'm sure they can bring out a methanol VHT come rubber one. What do you reckon?
I think it would be a bestseller.
I reckon it would, because I do believe that the, as we were talking about before, that VB aftershave seems to be going off. I don't know why.
No.
Really, I'm
Popular
serious.
ladies, I believe.
Depends on which state you come from, I guess.
Oh no, it looks like both bikes are fired back up again, so they will both make their way down the track in a couple of moments, boys.
All right, looks like we got Jeff Sonnet coming out on NT Electrical Group lane number 1, of course, on the Harley. That's a 120 cubic inch, and looks like he's solo. All thanks to Juice Cleaning Services. Apparently. Once the sun goes down, I'll be able to pull the blind up and look out the window and see what's actually going on. He's at the start line, though. Oh, hang on, no, I'm just hearing over race control. It looks like the candle's out again. No candle, so it looks like we're going to be going with some more 4 wheels, which I believe... Super Sedans coming up next. Super Sedans are coming up next, I believe, unless they can get that candle re-going, which I highly doubt. It's broken down again. So, all right, let's get rid of him, get him off the track, and we'll bring out the Super Sedans. And have a look at the amount of Super Sedans we got on track this weekend. Look at that. We've got Martin Mirko from WA. We've got Mark
Boucher.
Thank you.
Mark Boucher.
From Victoria. He's in the 1-tonner. Good to see a 1-tonner there. Rob Evans and the Chrysler Hard Top from South Australia.
Yeah, you got to love the hard tops. The Chrysler's a great car out there. And of course, Rene Cockrell in the 94 GT Mustang with the 527 cubic inches of mumbo jumbo on board. Brett Matthews, the HT Holden, and George Tipakoutis. George Tipakoutis. He comes to WA quite often, so I should know him. The HK Monaro with 308 cubic inches from South Australia.
See, I leave the difficult ones for you.
I appreciate that, Wayne. And Peter Kirkpatrick and the 1-tonner.
And you can keep going if you like.
Inches of Northern Territory. Okay, I can't quite get Alex Rodis. Alex.
We'll just give Alex a crack, shall we?
Oh, nice burnout there.
I'll have a look at that.
Very
Peter
nice
Kirkpatrick over there, Sean. That's Peter Kirkpatrick in the 1-tonner. 414 cubic inches underneath the bonnet of that car with Craig McGregor sitting alongside of him. Craig McGregor in the Holden Rodeo. There we go. A bit like the Chrysler Centura. There are still some Rodeos out there in the world, and Craig McGregor has one. And I'll tell you what, this car usually goes home with a ribbon of some sort of colour. And I'll tell you what, very consistent driver.
You're not the sort of car you would have expected to build into a drag car or rodeo, but very impressive. Good burnout cars too. See some LS-powered burnout cars there in Perth.
Hey, if you can put an engine in it.
Yes.
We've had a mighty boy. A little bit of tail swing coming out of the Peter Kirkpatrick car at the start line there, but I tell you what, he managed to get it in a straight line. A .123 reaction time, and did the pass in a time of 8.03 with a 1 at 168.87 miles per hour.
Unfortunately for Craig McGregor, a little bit sleepy on the mark with a 1 second reaction time. He goes through with an 8.730 at 152 miles per hour.
Well, it looks like we've got the South Australian on board there in the 94 GT Mustang, Rene Cockrell. He's coming out in the Mustang alongside of Martin Mirko from WA.
Martin Mirko with the number 1 on the side, the reigning Super Sedan national champion from Perth. And the beautiful tough 68 Mumbo. In actual fact, he has 2 tough 68 Camaros. And
okay, Rene Cockrell from South Australia over here in lane 1 on board the Mustang. And Australian champion Martin Mirko on board the 68 Camaro.
All righty. Yep.
Yeah, Marty Mirko getting up in 3 wheels early on. Both red lit, but that's irrelevant during qualifying. It's round 1 of qualifying for Sedan. And so Rene Cockrell goes through with a 9.058 at 149 kilometres an hour. Marty Mirko, a 9.1 at 148 kilometres per hour. Very close across the stripe there.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with that one. So Gary Baker. Out in the infield, but in the big bad world of the internet there, Gary Baker coming up on NT Electrical Group lane number 1 with Desmond Jeffrey in the VZ Ute, the 632 cubic inch from Victoria. How did he get out of Victoria?
A couple of the General's products out there, as you say. Do love the HK Monaro, and
Yes.
also we've got the HR Holden out there in the the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, and the Summit Racing lane. Desmond Jeffrey, sorry.
Yeah, have a look at that. That
VZ
Gary
Ute.
Baker car, very consistent, very strong, and knows how to pedal it down the track. Let me tell you, some 604s this guy can pass, 255 mile an hour.
I must say that HR is pretty nuts. The blown injected engine on board that HR Holden is absolutely freaking awesome. So tough car, great build.
Just having a quick look at those times there. Sean Desmond Jeffrey at 10.80 with a 127.39 miles an hour. But I tell you what, Gary Baker.
That was very impressive at 9.08, 650 miles per hour.
All right, here we go with Peter. Peter
Zockas.
Thank you. Peter Zockas out from all the way from Paralawi in South Australia. And as we said, it's great to have the Southerners up mixing it in with us locals. Of course, Peter over there on NT Electrical Group lane number 1 in the Torrey. Love the Tirana. I grew up with the Tirana, and I grew up with the Tirana and a HG Kingswood.
I had a HZ Kingswood, actually.
Ah, well, there
Yeah,
you
I
go.
tell you, these cars are certainly getting tougher as we move our way up into the brackets as well. So have a look at that. He's just wasting a whole bottle of nitrous oxide out there into the atmosphere on board the 1-tonner. And we'll check it out there. You might have mentioned for Mark Busher on board the Holden 1-tonner from Victoria. He's snuck across the border. And moving over here, we've got the beautiful SSA entry, the beautiful Tirana. Both well presented. Great to have these boys and girls out here with us for Peter Zockas. SA alongside Victoria.
All right, have a look at this as we get down to the other end of the track. Mark hitting the cherry there, but tell you what, not a bad pass.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff out of Zockas and Busher. Great work. Okay, sorry boys over there. Next car coming up our way is going to be Robbie Evans from Adelaide on board one of the cleanest street cars you will ever see. I'll tell you, this long hardtop is detailed from front to back. Engine bay looks like you could eat off of it. Going over to lane 2 though. Awesome entry over there as well for George Tipakidis, also from South Australia. So here we go, side by side, South Aussies, Evans alongside Tipakidis.
Not bad.
And just a little bit of a haze out the back of Robbie Evans' car, and he said he was dialing the power up. Hopefully it was only a bit of wheel spin down the track. We'll go get our track crew out there to check it out. But 2 beautiful cars all the way down from South Australia, folks.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that. Let's have, I'm not sure if we can have a look if we got the guys doing a bit of a track inspection now. Yep.
It almost looks like a black track from here, but we'll check it out. He did put the thing on its rear bumper over in Perth, came down real hard and rearranged the front end just slightly, bent the aluminium radiator and pretty much everything else in the engine bay. And a lot of it's custom made, so he never got to even race over there. One qualifier over in Perth, and a long way to go from Adelaide to Perth for Rob Evans. But nonetheless, that's drag racing, folks. You come out here, you play the game, and it's a great game to play. Hope you guys out there on the mountain are enjoying yourselves out here in this beautiful Darwin sunset. You guys have got a great place to live, I tell you now.
All right, Darwin, so far, who's enjoying tonight so far? Give us a big roar. Oh, look, even the kids are going. Hey, look at the young fella there at the fence. There we go, jumping up and down. Give that kid more sugar. We can do that later. Yeah, we got lollies. We got lollies, Matt? You said we had lollies, Matt. We got lollies? We'll give out some lollies later on. How's that sound? Great to see our regular crowd coming down. Of course, it's great to have you coming down on a Friday afternoon too. I know that I was talking to a couple of friends from work and they're going, yeah, I'll be there. It's like, Then he looked at me and said, are you going down? I went, yep, I just need a coffee. We've got to find coffee. I'm hoping there's coffee. I do see, I see my van down there. See that blue and pink van? I'm going to go down and see him shortly. He's one of my dealers. Yes, he's one of my coffee dealers.
Ooh, very nice.
So we'll talk to him later. All right, folks, we're just going to do a quick track inspection before we get things underway. And, of course, don't forget, as we said, this is part of round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series going through to March 22 and, of course, 6 rounds of the Australian Drag Racing Championship happening. And there is so much happening this weekend, so make sure you stay on our social media, and of course check out our YouTube live stream. So jump into YouTube, or you can jump onto our that Facebook page thing that we've got, and scroll down to YouTube, and then you'll see the Top End Nationals qualifying, or you can just go straight onto YouTube and just search for what I just said that we searched for, Top End Nationals, and you can see us all live, and you can hear us too if you really want to. If you don't want to hear us, you can just turn it down. That's what a lot of people do with me. I don't know about you, Sean. But
no, not at all.
Oh, they love to hear your voice.
Looks like our crew down the end of the track is just having a bit of a look-see. So I've got a couple of handfuls of lollies anyway, folks. I've opened the bag. I'll throw a few handfuls over while you call the next few cars.
Excellent work. Of course, here we go as we bring up the next 2. Let me just move this to here and go. We've got Alex coming up. Alex Roydus, all the way from Victoria in the Mobile Electrical Services BA Falcon. Of course, nothing like a good Ford on the track.
Oh, absolutely. I was a Ford man all my life until I saw the light.
What do you mean?
I bought myself a HSV Maloo. Haven't looked back since.
Hang on, I'm actually,
Absolutely.
You know what, guess what? I've actually got control of the mixing desk, so I'm just going to go like that. Now I won't be able to hear him. I had respect for him once. For just briefly for a few minutes. I better turn him back on. There we go.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Tell you what, have a look at this BA. It's got a 424 cubic inch engine underneath the bonnet. Got a nice little blow dryer on the front. Let the air in. Let's have a look and see what he does. His reaction time, 0.610 reaction time. 1.4 to the 60 as he picks up some speed there. 4.04 to the 330. And then he gets down the other end of a track in a time of 9.68 with a 0 at 142.29 miles an hour. And of course, Alex from Victoria, Newport in Victoria, not a bad pass for his first qualifying.
Absolutely, kept it nice and straight down the centre of the track. Good pass with a 9.68.
All right, looks like we're getting into our modified eliminator class now. Our modified eliminators. Oh, there we go. I think that's it. Yes, Chris Moore in the undercover dragster, the 416 cubic inch engine behind him. That's behind him, it's not in front of him. So at least you won't hear much of the noise, but he'll get all the vibration though.
I prefer the engine behind me personally, just in case something goes wrong.
I totally agree. And then we go with...
State the obvious.
I have it sometimes, I just call the cars because I have a tendency sometimes to hex people. And here's Craig Baker in the rear engine dragster, the 355 cubic inch all the way from Victoria. So we've got the Victorian up against the local boy, of course, Chris Moore. 2 very nicely well-presented dragsters on the track at the moment. Of course, Chris Moore over there on the NT Electrical Group lane number 1 with Craig Baker over here on Summit Racing lane number 2.
Good launch. Oh, great launch there for Craig Baker. It looks like having the legs in the down pointing into the track is Chris Moore.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, yes, and he goes through with an 8.235. Very impressive at 162 kilometres an hour. And backing it off over the line is Craig Baker with a 74 mile per hour pass with a 10.973.
Obviously something spooked him there because he's backed it right off there around about the, looks like he backed it off at the 660 foot mark there, unfortunately. So he's backed it off a little bit. So obviously to make sure that nothing breaks and doesn't do any damage to whatever it is he was concerned about. So Bradley Hicks coming up next, all the way from Hahndorf in South Australia. In the Sprint Auto Parts, Kadena Jansa Dragster. 598 cubic inches behind the driver's seat of this one, looking pretty good there, looking pretty snazzy. I like his wing. I like his little wing.
This could be a solo pass at this stage. That way it's looking. Bradley Hicks.
It does.
Solo pass from Hahndorf. He's in the Summit Racing Equipment lane. Looks like he'll have a solo pass.
Okay, here we are, folks, all the way from South Australia. Quite a few South Aussies have made their way up here, probably because we're not quite as locked down as some of the other states. But we brought a pretty good contingency across the board. And we'll check it out with Bradley Hicks this time around. A solo pass in a qualifier.
That looks solid, Matty.
Oh, that is bullet straight, boys and girls.
What a magnificent pass, a 7.452 at 181 kilometres an hour there for Bradley Hicks.
Kilometres or miles?
Miles, sorry.
Okay, let's check it out. Coming our way very shortly. Look at these cars, folks. They don't need much of an introduction. They are ear-splitting. They are just magnificent. And you want to say a few expletives here because they are more than just magnificent. But I tell you, there's a massive field of these cars here this weekend, and you guys are going to see some awesome passes by these, the fastest bodied cars where the doors actually open.
Do they?
Yeah, of course they do. That's the idea, mate.
Oh, is that why they call top Doorslammers?
That's right, mate. Doorslammer, mate.
So you slam the door.
That's how they shut them.
Ah, so you slam the door shut and say, good luck, mate. We'll see you at the other end.
That's exactly right. They are full-bodied cars, obviously, with doors that open and shut. They're the fastest cars that do that. And I tell you, they are a sight to behold. They are wicked.
I'll tell you what, there's one other good thing, Matt, too. It's good to see that, of course, if we have a look there up on the track at the moment, of course, we've got Zaps out there in the 71 Monaro, supported by one of our local businesses up here, and of course, big thanks to Adrian and his and the crew from Petters, a local business. Like every business around Australia at the moment, doing it tough due to the pandemic, and whichever way you go, everyone's doing it tough. And you know what? You've still got the guys like Adrian who's still willing to put their hands in their pockets and actually help out and sponsor a lot of these racing cars around, whatever genre of racing car it is. It's good to see that they've still got the sponsors putting their hands in their pockets, helping them out, considering the current climate that we're in at the moment. So John Zappia is coming out on lane 1 with Bronte Henning coming out in lane number 2. Tell you what, this is going to be a very exciting pass. The 521 cubic inch engine up against the 511 cubic inch engine. So the Western Australian up against the Territorian coming your way very soon. And let me say, we will see some very exciting racing coming from these two cars.
Absolutely. See Richard Zappia out on the track just a little while ago. See him walking towards walking towards the beams now. He's out there checking the track. He just did a little grip test just a while ago. Pass the information back to John, the driver. And John Zappia in the 1971 Holden Monaro GTS. He's an 11-time national top door slammer champion, and he's including 10 in a row there from 2008 to 2018. So a very consistent racer there, and he'll be up against Bronte Henning from. Bronte Henning from the Northern Territory in the 58 Corvette.
Very impressive car, that one.
Yes, a couple of very classy cars out there, Wayne.
So certainly are, and it's good to see. I say big thanks to all our volunteers and officials who are at trackside this evening, and of course this whole entire weekend, because it's very hard to run an event like this without the volunteers and all the officials. And of course, we got everyone. We got track spotters. We've got people who, you wouldn't believe the amount, the logistics that goes behind running an event like this, and especially a big one like this one, or when you think about some of the other big events that we run around Australia in motorsports. Without the volunteers, we've got over 35 volunteers down here this weekend. So combined, we'll be looking at anywhere up to about 50 to 60 volunteers. So a big thanks to all our volunteers and our officials who are down trackside this weekend. Big thanks to all of you. Of course, we've got to say big thanks to our photographers out there who come down and give it a go. Of course, we've got Brad Stott down there over there on the burnout pad at the moment. And of course, Craig Radcliffe from Craig Radcliffe Action Sports Photography. And High RPM are floating around there as well. There he is. There's Ed Foreman over there in the yellow high-vis. So plenty of cameras. And if you do see a camera swing past and pan across the crowd, give them a big wave because we're on YouTube.
And they might take a photo of you. Put it up. You'll be famous.
Like me.
Well, before they start these cars up, folks, this weekend brought to you by the Australian National Drag Racing Association, that is ANDRA. Also Summit Racing Equipment, the Summit Sportsman Series, Crow Cams, Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory. And we also have got production facilities that are out here around the track. You can hardly see them, but they're there. They help our live stream go to air. That is brought to you by In Pit Lane. And a big thanks to Calder Park Drag Racing and RMI TV Student Television in Melbourne for getting these guys up here, putting their stuff around for our live and free stream. So jump on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, whatever you got. Take some photographs and get it out there.
The engines are fired up. John Zappia is already fired up, moving into stage. And Bronte Henning, lane number 2.
As Zaps warms up those tyres there over there on lane number 1, of course, the 71 Monaro. Bronte heading over here on lane number 2. Not quite as brutal as what Zaps was there. John Zappia in the 71 Monaro all the way from WA. And of course, my family's listening to us down there in Perth. How you doing, guys? And of course, Trudy and Dan. I know they're listening to us down there in WA. Of course, Daniel's one of the... He loves his drag racing and his burnouts, and of course Trudy loves to take her Ford down the drag strip as well. So welcome, guys.
Oh, I'm copping it.
Hey?
I'm copping it being a Holden boy.
Yeah, you heard nothing yet. All right, here we go. So we line them up, and of course there's nothing like a little bit of friendly rivalry when it comes between... Well, there's not really many Holdens left anymore, is
No,
there?
unfortunately not. They stopped producing them. Very, huge blow.
It is, at least, well, Ford's still bringing out the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, that's
But there's
a very
no
impressive
Holden.
car.
But there's no Holden. They bring out the Chev Camaro.
The Chevy Camaro, yes, indeed. They're talking about bringing out the Corvette soon, so it'll be
I
impressive when it comes out.
I know. I'd love to see one of those come down the drag.
Yes, convert it to right-hand drive. Can be very impressive.
All right, looks like the guys are about ready to line it up to the staging line. As we rock them up, here we go. Bronte Henning making his way. The removed before flight tag has been ripped off the back end. Of course, these guys need parachutes to slow them down a tad because they go a little bit too quick. John Zappia, they're bringing up the revs. It's a large drop. Here we go. Not a bad start. 0.87 reaction time from John Zappia over there on lane number 1. Does the pass in a time of 5.78 with a 1.
253 miles per hour.
And Bronte Henning rolling across this finish line rather slowly. So he's obviously had a problem with his half track. He's buttoned it off. He's got to the 330 foot mark in 5.6 seconds, guys. But then obviously he's pulled it back. He's obviously had some issues, and then pretty much from about the eighth mile, he's just obviously had some huge issues. But have a look at that. Pretty impressive pass there from John Zappia. 5.78 with a 1, 253.37. If this is what we're going to see in qualifying, I tell you what, we are going to see some fantastic racing come tomorrow night when we actually get into our shootouts and our real racing. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I reckon straight off the back of the truck, Zappia team would be very, very happy with that. I know they're looking to get in the 5.6s tonight, but to start with a 5.781 straight off the truck, great pass for John Zappia, the reigning top Doorslammer champion.
Well, I can see quite a few kids down here, and not so kids, wearing ear muffs, and I bet there's a whole bunch of little earbuds out there as well. So great stuff. These cars here are very loud. A lot of us don't like wearing earbuds because we like the tingling sensation in the ear holes.
Hey?
No, we don't really. But
what? I'm deaf.
well, you're in there and I'm not. So, folks out there, look after the kids especially. If you've only got a tissue, roll it up and shove it over their ears because these things are bloody loud.
They certainly are. You wait till we bring out some of the top fuelers as well and some of the top eliminators. When these guys come out, whew, let me tell you, the world rocks. And the world rocks.
And it rocks beautifully.
It certainly
There's nothing
does.
quite like the sound of a top door slammer heading down the track.
You know, it's funny when I started doing my motorsport commentary and stuff, and I started was down in Adelaide for the Formula One Grand Prix, and I thought, oh yeah, this is huge. You know, you stand in the start line and you've got like 45 Formula One cars revving, and the ground rumbles, and you think, wow, that's come in. You stand trackside with two very big cars that fly frames out the back, and you thought that rocked. I tell you what, drag racing is one of the fastest motorsports in the world, and let me tell you, some of these guys know how to do it. We saw it before. 0.73. If this is what we're going to be looking forward to this weekend, I tell you what.
Yeah, Campo, it's going to be a brilliant night. But as you say, I mean, I've been at we've all been at Speedway and seen the sprint cars there. They sound really good, but nothing compared to a top door slammer. Just nothing at all.
Certainly doesn't. Looks like we got Robin Taylor coming out next. Rob Taylor coming out in the 68. So we've got another Camaro. We've got a couple of Camaros, and we got Monaros, Camaros, and Chevrolets and Chevrolet. So we've got a few Chevs.
Indeed. Looks like Robin Taylor might have a solo pass here,
Yep.
as we have 7 cars racing in top door slammer this weekend. So odd number.
Pretty impressive burnout there at the start of the line there. Have a look at that car. Beautifully presented little car there. Rob Taylor in the 68 Camaro. Looking forward to see the pass coming out of that Victorian. 521 cubic inches of pure muscle about to get squirted down this track. And I'll tell you what, if you're watching us on YouTube, the Andra YouTube channel, via in pit lane as well. So check out our YouTube. So if you've got friends and family out there who can't quite make it due to lockdowns. Hey, guess what? I've got a joke for you. How many lockdowns in Melbourne till Christmas? 3. I saw that on Facebook.
Really?
Sorry.
What is the answer?
3.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm going with 3. How does that sound?
Oh, I think we'll clear it up between now and then. I'll just say one more.
I do apologise to those who are listening to us in Victoria. Sorry.
And here we have Robin Taylor from Moonee Ponds in Victoria, sponsored by Melbourne Sports Medicine. 68 Camaro, about to do a solo pass.
Or is that too soon? The joke.
Okay, Rob Taylor going through the motions as he brings the Mad Professor up to the start line. Beautiful colour in the sunset out here at Hidden Valley Drag Strip. Cleans out the header pipes. Inches his way up to the pre-stage. Oh, a little bit of a broken traction on the start line has blown the tyres off, and therefore you can see a bit of chatter. And you can see where he grabbed and then let go on the start line. So, yeah, no, backed off and just cruising through, the best thing to do. And on the start line there, we can see a bit of chatter, as they call it.
Chatter?
Chatter, where you bounce on the back tyres and you get a bit of traction, bit of not, bit of traction, bit of not. It looks like braille.
Okay.
Well, he'd be very disappointed with that one, Robin Taylor. Very disappointed. Yeah. Mind you, it is only round 1 qualifying.
So there's plenty of time to go. We've got qualifying up till around about, what are we looking at? Around about, we're endeavouring to, I won't say it. We're endeavouring to finishing later up tonight.
Exactly, try and have it all over by 10 o'clock.
Oh, good on you. Now you've said it. Okay.
I'll put the mocker on us, haven't I?
You have. But have a look at the crowd. Welcome, Darwin. Welcome down to Hidden Valley once again for another great night of drag racing. Good to see so many of you here. You enjoying yourself so far, Darwin? Yep.
Yeah, plenty of love out there.
Don't forget, get yourself a slushie. Keep yourself hydrated and keep yourself cool. There's slushies. There's the Ice Age ice cream truck there for some soft serve ice cream if you feel that way inclined. Also, too, the bar's open and there's food as well. And you can make your way down to the back of the pitch if you want to go down there and see what's going on. You can't if you're not here, but if you're here, you can wander around down the back of the pitch, check out the cars, check out what's going on in the pitch there, and of course there is some food and drink available down there as well. I'll be down there soon, Vaughan, as we get ready with the next two cars. And of course we've got Kelvin Lyle and Daniel Gregorini are coming up next. And of course just having a look at the Kelvin Lyle car, that's the Ford Mustang, the 509 cubic inches of, oh, look at that car.
Yeah, a couple of West Australians here. Got a Mustang up against the Camaro. Unfortunately, Daniel Gregorini had a big crash early last season, where he completely wrecked the car, and then the team put in about 800 man-hours to rebuild it. Magnificent job, and that's the car in lane 2, the green scratch and match Camaro. Up against the Ford Mustang of Kelvin Lyle. Kelvin Lyle was second to John Zappia here at the Nitro up north for the top Doorslammers.
Looking pretty good here at the moment as the guys get themselves lined up, and of course we are in pre-stage over here on lane 2. Well, we were in pre-stage in lane 2. Daniel Gregorini moving the car up to the line, but it looks like Kelvin's moving up first. So here we go, psyching each other out here. Let's have a look and see what goes on.
These two drivers know each other very, very well. Probably staying in the same accommodation up here in Darwin. So West Australians.
So we are in pre-stage in lane number 1, and of course that Kelvin Lyle. We're just waiting for Daniel to move into the. There we go. Both cars in full stage. A little bit fishy-taily happening on this side in lane 2. Daniel Gregorini getting a bit wobbly in the back end there, but still pulled a pretty good time, I must admit. 7.526, 125.8 mile an hour. But have a look at Kelvin Lyle.
Absolutely, Kelvin in the 6 seconds. They're aiming for the 5.8, but that's a good pass for Kelvin. And Daniel Gregorini, a good launch, but geez, had to back it off over the line. He's gone over the line with a 7.526 at 125 miles an hour, whereas Kelvin Lyle, a 6 flat at 244 miles an hour. Yeah, Daniel, good launch, but something's gone wrong there, and he's had to back her right off and dropped a lot of pace as he gone across the stripe. But Kelvin Lyle will take the victory. So first place is John Zappia with a 5.781. Kelvin Lyle in second place with a 6 flat, and Daniel Gregorini in third place with a 7.526. And at this stage, we've got the West Australians 1, 2 and 3, but we've still got 2 more competitors to come. Waiting on Matty Abel and Rob Taylor.
We were talking about earlier on how these cars are really loud and how they thump.
Aren't they?
Well, I've just had a text message from a friend of mine who's a caretaker down at the mud racing track.
Yeah.
And he reckons if we don't keep the noise down, he's going to call the police. So I just texted him back a message saying, give it your best, I'm going to make it louder.
I thought it was going to be something along the lines of get.
Well, yeah. But apparently you can hear this all the way in Palmerston, the northern suburbs, all over the top end. It's great. Drag racing at its best. As we bring our next two cars. Matty Abel, he's up next. Summit Racing, lane number 2, up against Andrew Sutton. All the way from Alice Springs in the 53 Chevrolet. And we've got the 53 Chev with Andrew Sutton and Matt Abel in the 57 Chev Bel Air. 514 cubic inch Hemi with Matty Abel and the 521 cubic inch Hemi coming out of Andrew Sutton. The two Territorians up against each other.
Absolutely, and look, Matty Abel's such a great team player. I know the West Australian guys, when we come up here, we always look to Matty to help us out with spares and whatever, and when he comes to Perth, we do the same.
Okay, just watching these two cars make their way back beyond the start line. Matthew Abel over in lane 2, the black 57 Chevrolet, one of the most quietly spoken people you'll know, but he does his talking out here on the racetrack. And going over here to lane 1, Andrew Sutton on board the 53 Corvette. Man, that is one awesome piece of machinery. 2 American bodied cars out here, classic Corvette alongside the 57 Bel Air. Gotta love the pair of cars, the way they're turned out, the way they look and the way they sound.
Matty Abel in pre-stage. Both in full stage.
Matty Abel backed it off at the 330 foot mark there for some reason. Obviously not happy. Not impressed with the way the car was handling. Andrew Sutton from Alice Springs in the in his car in that 53 Chev. Have a look at that time. 6.14 with a 243 mile an hour.
Super impressive. Matty Abel come really close to the right wall on takeoff, around about 200 feet up, and he's really backed it off. And as you say, Wayne, he's gone through the 10.280 at 85 miles an hour. So yeah, really backed it off. But that was the top Doorslammers, round one of qualifying here at the beautiful Hidden Valley Drag Strip.
Okay, so there we go, folks, with Top Doorslammer, the first round of qualifying, and they'll go back, digest the data, plug the cars in, see what they did, what they didn't do. As we move on to our next bracket out here today, this is exciting. These are fast cars, and that's one reason they call them top sportsmen. Except this one's a little modified, stuck in between Doorslammer and Top Sportsman. Geez, that is one angry car. Sounded pretty impressive on the start line, man. The folks that drive these cars certainly got to give it to them. They are a handful at times. And getting them down the 1,320 feet of a quarter-mile drag strip is not always the easiest. So, how are you two going in there in the commentary box? Loving it in there?
Absolutely, Matty. Absolutely loving it, mate.
Hey, Sean.
Yes,
your
mate.
First time up here at Hidden Valley, all the way from Perth. How are you enjoying the first time up here at Hidden Valley?
Oh, mate, it's absolutely brilliant. It's beautiful. You know, complex. I was up here 4 weeks ago for the Nitro up north, and what a magnificent show Darwin puts on. You know, Darwin is the most beautiful place. You really do have paradise up here, all you Darwin people. This is just paradise. As we see the sun setting, it's just so gorgeous, and it's great to be here. And we just call all juniors, all junior dragsters, and all Super Street to the staging lanes, please. All junior dragsters and all Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Who do we have down there, Matty? I believe Dennis Bayliss in lane number 1. Can you get the name of the car in the driver in lane number 2? Okay, so Corey Reid in the Northern Territory electrical lane up against the Summit Racing Equipment. Ashley Smith. Very close across the stripe, and Corey Reid with a 7.151 with an 8.53 at 162 miles per hour up against Ashley Smith with an 8.332 160 miles an hour. Very, very close across the stripe. Margin of 8 100ths in the end. Now we have Kim Fardella from Western Australia coming up in the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane up against the Summit Racing Equipment lane of Vlado Turic. Vlado Turic from South Australia up against the West Australian.
Okay, taking a look at the pair of cars. And here on the start line, Vlado Turic. He needs no introduction down there in South Australia where he's from, but up here, he's made his way up here on board the Nissan 200 SX. to be with you folks and race the top end nationals. And all the way from Western Australia over here in lane 1, Kim Fardella on board the ED Falcon. So it's damn awesome to see all these cars coming from interstate. WA and South Australia on the start line. Both cars running under TSA, so no power adders, no turbos, no superchargers, no nitrous, just all motor.
Vlado Turek, very regular competitor. So good pass. Both of the drivers got red lights, but that's irrelevant here in round one of qualifying for top sportsman. But Kim Fardella goes through with an 8.723 at 155 kilometres an hour and a 7.943 at 170 miles an hour. I should say miles an hour. I keep saying kilometres an hour. Sorry, folks. Miles an hour was Vlado Turek from South Australia. As the sun sets over beautiful Hidden Valley here in the Northern Territory. A couple of beautiful burnouts there. We've got Kevin McIver, in lane number 1, which is the Northern Territory Electrical Service lane, and in lane number 2, Todd Knight.
Okay, sorry once again if I'm cutting you off over there in the commentary box. We have got Northern Territory's own Todd Knight on board the Pontiac Grand Am. That is one beautifully presented car. And South Australia represented once again with Kevin McIver, the City Concrete pumping entry. This looks like a classic pro stocker from years ago, one that was driven by a Tony Wedlock back when the pro stockers they're one of my favourite cars out there, and this looks like one of them. Okay, look on the start line for these two cars running TS Top Sportsman. Both beautiful cars, both fully staged.
Great reaction time from Kevin McIver with a 0.10. That is as close to perfect as you can get. And he goes through with a 7.951 at 171 miles an hour. A little bit behind Todd Knight there with the from South Australia, from the Northern Territory, I should say, from Humpty Doo in the Northern Territory, with a 6.758 at 203 miles an hour. So good pass there for Toddy. He'd be very happy. That'll probably move him up to first position, I'd say. And now we have Leon Davis from Port Lincoln in South Australia in the Camaro with 618 cubic inches of engine displacement, if you don't mind. That's a huge big engine. Leon Davis looks like a solo pass. He'll be in lane number 1, the track to himself.
Okay, here we go. You might have said this already, all the way from South Australia once again for Top Sportsman. Well represented in the Top Sportsman field from South Australia, Leon Davies on board the Slate Crash Repairs Camaro. And this will be the final car for Top Sportsman for their first qualifier. Once again, as all the cars in the class are beautifully presented, this one looks stunning out here in the nightlight. He's just pushed it through the start line without actually staging, so I don't think there'll be a time for this car at all. So he's just pushed it through without actually starting the timers.
Yeah, you're right, Matty. We don't have a time there for Leon Davies, unfortunately, from Port Lincoln to South Australia. As you say, he just rolled through the beams and has gone down on his pass. And look, you need to sharpen that up coming up to qualifying and eliminations a little bit later on. Eliminations on tomorrow afternoon, starting approximately the same time here at Hidden Valley. Make sure you're all here because it's going to be a huge wind-up to round 1, the Australian Drag Racing Championship. Right here, Hidden Valley in beautiful Darwin. Okay, so I think the next category we're up to would be street cars, I think. Yeah, street cars. So and we've got Dylan Wagner in the Northern Territory electoral lane, which is the lane closest to you spectating there on the other side of the track from myself, and Tony List up in the Summit Racing Equipment lane. Tony List, of course, in the XE Ford Falcon, the S-Pack. Oh, you can really hear the difference in engine volume as they take off. Tony List, a little bit sleepy on the line with a 0.415 reaction time, and he goes through with a 13.054 at 104 miles per hour, up against Dylan Wagner, who went through with a 15.071 at 91 miles an hour. If I can only get my metric and imperial right. So currently in first place is Tony Fury, Tony List second, and Grant Morga is in third place. And of course, this is round 2 of qualifying for street cars.
Well, folks, this is where it starts, the street cars. So if you want to get into drag racing, look up the drag racing clubs up here in Northern Territory and get out there. You don't need anything special. Your car's just got to suit certain criteria, be teched or checked over, and then you can come racing also. And you start at this level and make your way up through the cars, or start wherever level you want, really. But this is the great way to get into it. Come out here with your street car, basically. It's all these cars are. Some take exhaust off, some do minor tweaks, but essentially they are street cars.
Anthony Fury goes through with a 10.57 at 120 miles an hour, and Grant Morga at a 14.2 at 98 miles an hour. So at this stage, Tony Fury holds on a first position, Tony List in second place, and Grant Morga, as we just saw, in third place, with Dylan Wagner and Peter Stokes in fourth and fifth respectively. Got Mark Taddingham in lane number 1 and Mary Rose Henry in the Summit Racing Industries lane. So red light there for Mark Taddingham. Won't be happy with that. Need to sharpen that up come qualifying. Mary Rose with a reaction time of 0.228. Very close across the stripe, in fact. And so Mark Taddingham with a 10.09 at 142 miles an hour. Mary Rose, a 10.36 at 139 miles an hour. Very close across the stripe, as we said. Just waiting on next to... It looks like we've got a solo coming up here. That'll be Daniel Dumsney in lane number 2. Here he is, stepping up to the plate all by himself. He'll have the track to himself as... look at the beautiful red sky, beautiful red sunset. Isn't that absolutely gorgeous? Wow, you have it all up here, Darwin. Man, this is just this paradise on earth. So Mark Taddingham in the Honda Fireblade with 1,100 cubic centimetres. A reaction time of 0.264. He goes through 11.884 at 141 miles an hour. So just a little bit off the pace there. About a second and a half just behind Mary Rose Henry in second place, and Mark Taddingham with a 10.0 in first place. So Daniel Dumsney now moves into third place. And this is, of course, round 2 of qualifying for street bike here at the Australian Drag Racing Championships. And what a pleasure it is to be here. I've left rainy old Perth. It's pretty rare that it rains in Perth, I can assure you. It gets pretty relentlessly hot over there. But, yeah, I left around about 10 degrees yesterday morning. Come up to Darwin, 33 degrees and stunning as always. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here. As Wayne next to me is just having a little bit of a snack and bought himself a coffee. Where's mine, mate? It's all cool. We'll share yours.
Actually, while we're waiting for some more things to come our way, I'm going to entertain the kids once again and ditch a few handfuls of lollies over the fence again. So make our way down to the burnout pad, get these kids, half of them are quite active anyway. We'll make our way down here and make them run a bit.
Matty Bubner, king of the kids, giving away the lollies. Good on you, mate. So we're now just setting a track up for the junior dragsters, and of course the junior dragsters run over an 8th mile track. So we'll just set our timing up and we'll be back with you very, very soon. In the meantime, grab a lolly off Matty.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com. What made you fall? Today's cars have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing
Okay,
app.
folks, back with the
Get
racing.
quick,
We're up to the
easy
junior
access to
dragsters now.
Summit
We've got Brody
Racing
Zappia in lane number 1.
The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the...
He's from Western Australia. And in lane number 2, Cooper Plummer from South Australia. This is over the 8th mile. Both are A-grade junior dragsters, so their index, or should I say their dial and their index, is an 8 flat. So you want to get as close to the 8 seconds. You want to nail the 8-second pass if possible. 8.00 be perfect. Reaction times, all important here. Plummer up against Zappia. We just saw John Zappia's, Brody Zappia's uncle John do a pass a little bit earlier on in the top Doorslammers, and he's in first place at this stage. Plummer's in pre-stage. Zappia in pre-stage. Here we go.
Okay, as already mentioned out there, we got Cooper Plummer over there in lane 2 and Zaps Barat in lane 1. Now, over the weekend, these guys are handicapped, so the quicker cars will be waiting on the start line for the slower cars to leave first, so they'll be doing dial-ins. Won't be quite so heads up over the weekend for these cars. And a few different categories, A, B and C in the junior dragster. A being the quickest, C being the slowest, based on age or experience usually. And so they'll be handicapped over the weekend, so an A can run up alongside a C and be fair down the 8th mile.
Indeed, and Brody Zappia got a good head start there with a full 1/10 of a second reaction time lead. So he went through with an 8.12 second pass on an index, or should I say, of of a 8 flat. So a good pass there for John Brody Zappia over Cooper Plummer, who's in a B junior dragster. I should have pointed out. I think I said A junior dragster earlier on. Sorry, I was a little bit inaccurate with that. Who's in a B junior dragster, and his index is a 8.6.
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, Sean and Matt. The Dandra Associates partner is Crow Cams Australia. Been a long time supporter of drag racing in Australia, and of course Crow Cams have been in business for pretty much over 30 odd years. Now, in this time, Crow Cams has actually maintained the most advantaged cam development and CNC grinding facilities in Australia as well, which is really good. And the good thing is, as we said, due to the current climate, these guys are still huge supporters of drag racing in Australia. And one of the best things about it is they've got the next generation camshafts to stainless steel roller rockers. Of course, they've got push rods, billet timing chains, a whole heap more. Cams Crows have got you covered when it comes to world-class performance and reliability. Check out for more information. Go visit Crow Cams. That's crowcams.com.au. Proudly supporting us here in Australia Drag Racing Championship. Round 1, Summit Racing Series. Wow, we're kicking it off here in Darwin. I love it.
Oh, absolutely. Where else would you be? Just look at that beautiful sunset. Well, it's gone sunset now, but it's absolutely beautiful red sky at night. Shepherd's Delight, as I remember. And yeah, beautiful. This is like being in, it's like being in Pleasureland. Absolutely brilliant. As we're waiting on Scarlett Sherwood. Now, she's going to be in lane number 1. Looks like she'll have the solo pass to herself. In actual fact, I'm not sure if it's actually Aiden Abel. I think it's Scarlett Sherwood who's about to step up. She's an A-grade junior dragster, so her index, or dial-in as you might call it, is an 8 flat.
Well, if you've got friends who can't be with us here tonight, tell them to jump onto the Andrew YouTube channel, and find out what's going on. And you can see everything, and you can hear us, and you can see all the little bits and pieces that our TV production crew guys would like to throw in here. They get sick of hearing our voices. They throw stuff on the YouTube channel for you. So check them out. And of course, as we said, that is the Andra YouTube channel. You can jump onto the Hidden Valley Drag Strip Facebook page and click onto the link as well, because we are up here in the top end and we are having fun. We're drag racing without
Absolutely.
masks.
I see the track staff's having a little bit of a check of lane number 1. I see Andrew Sharp just spraying a little bit of traction control down there.
Cheers.
Peter Townsend, the starter. Oh, it is Aiden Abel. Sorry, I said it was Scarlett Sherwood. I'm wrong. It was Aiden Abel who's stepping up the plate here in the Summit Industries lane.
Oh, we don't have something going on.
No, unfortunately, he might have just run through the beams. Unfortunately for Aiden, he hasn't triggered the beam, so there'll be no representative time at all. So disappointing that one for Aiden. He'll need to sharpen that up. The young lad from Marlow Lagoon in the Northern Territory for Able Tiling.
Just up that way.
Pro Northern Territory, yes indeed, in the half scale 543 cubic centimetre dragster.
We've got some great footage on YouTube at the moment. Of course, as we said, all you can do is jump onto the Andrew YouTube channel and check us out. You can see all the guys up there, some of our hard-working volunteers, and of course there's one of our committee members there. That's Kimberly, actually, there you can see in the foreground on the YouTube channel right next to the Sarah May Bates HQ, I was about to say something else then. HQ Kingswood. Can't take the Kingswood.
No.
I just polished the... What did he polish?
Polish the doorknobs or something like that?
Polished the doorknobs, he's squeegeed the antenna, or he's done something to the tow ball, or done something to his hubcap. Whatever it is, I'll tell you what, Sarah May Bates, she's out in that car at the moment. And of course, alongside of her will be Sean Boyer, who's coming out in the Hilux. And of course, when the computer... our slower one's actually quicker than our live one. But anyway, that's all good. Of course, you can also check out the times at 132 go. That's 1320go.com. Go to Hidden Valley, hit live timing, and you can, of course, have a look at all the what do you call it, the times happening there as well.
Incrementals and stuff like that. Yes.
So currently, it's 28 degrees down here at the track. Beautiful weather, absolutely lovely weather, unless you're an Eskimo, if you don't like cold weather.
Look at Sarah May Bates getting the car up on 3 wheels, one front left just dangling in the air. The good reaction time from Sarah, mate. It was 0.10 reaction time. In fact, both very good reaction times. And Sarah goes through with a 10.748 at 125 miles an hour, and with 107 miles an hour in the bank at 11.767 is Sean Boyer.
Tell you what, Sean Boyer, as we were talking about before, he's a really consistent driver, really good with his times. And of course, we're going through qualifying session number 2 currently at the moment as we move into, we are in our Super Street, there we go, we're into our Super Street side of it. Unfortunately, as we said, a couple of the dragsters, this is the time when you want things not to go as well as you want them to go because it's qualifying. So let's have a look as we continue on with our Super Street qualifying session number 2. Alan Appleby, the Beat the Heat Commodore, up against Bruce Kim. Well, this could be interesting.
I reckon Alan's catching him. Alan Appleby and the Beat the Heat car's catching him, I think.
He was a bit slow to start off with. Alan Appleby hit a .127 reaction time, 1.6 to the 60 with an ET of 11.181, but Bruce Kim just a little bit too quick.
Absolutely, yes. 11.181 for Alan Appleby up against Bruce Kim with a 10.943.
What gave Bruce the advantage there was that pretty good reaction time, a 0.22 reaction time. The 0.22 reaction time being Bruce Kim in that VL Commodore as we continue on with the next 2 cars.
Well, how about this? Husband and wife pair, Lisa Garbellini in lane number 1 and Paul Garbellini in lane number 2. Look, they're basically identical cars, except Lisa Garbellini in lane number 1 has the larger engine with a 6.2 LS3.
So does Paul actually let Lisa win?
Oh, no, gee.
I would.
Well, I suppose, unless he wants to do the washing up, yeah, I'm not sure. Look at this, identical cars, identical reaction times, almost.
No, look at that reaction time. Paul did a 005. Paul Garbellini with a 005 reaction time. Not quick enough to take the win, so to speak. 11.864. Lisa, a little bit quicker with an 11.47 with a 3. Have a look at that, 11.473 at 117.47 mile an hour.
Exactly, great. It's a husband and wife. In fact, they both travelled over to Mildura. They drove the same car over there. In fact, it was Lisa's car. Paul's car. They drove over there. They won the Super Street National Championship and drove the car back to Perth. That was in Mildura, Victoria, earlier this year. Magnificent effort from the husband and wife team, and it's great to see him up here in the Northern Territory, racing on Super Street racing here in Hidden Valley.
As we continue on, we've got a couple more cars on the track now. Of course, we've got Glenn
Sturkenberg, yep.
Yep, Glenn Sturkenberg, thank you, in the VR Holden U.
Yes.
Up against my favourite Centura,
Oh, this is going to be...
Bridges. Let's have a look at this.
Unfortunately, Michael's really backed it off. Well, backed it off a little bit.
Only a little bit though, but let's have a look at that. Glenn Sturkenberg with a 10.501 with a 0.19 reaction time. That's what that helped him out quite a bit. But Michael Bridges in the Centura, a 0.165 reaction time, an ET of an 11.78 with the 7 at 109. Backing it off here. He was actually backing it. He started to back it off a little bit here at just after the 660 mark.
Yes, indeed, yes.
I don't know why. Obviously, a bit worried about something there.
In fact, from the 660 foot mark onwards, he only increased by 20 miles per hour compared to 26 miles an hour there from Glenn Sturkenberg in the VR Ute.
Well, don't forget, folks, keep yourselves hydrated. You may think it's the thing that still we got we got 28 degrees Celsius, but the relative humidity of 58% at the moment, so it's a little bit stuffy, a little bit tropical. Make sure you keep your fluids up. There's plenty of food, there's plenty of drink over there in the main spectator area, and it's great to see so many people down here tonight for what is round 1 of our Summit Sportsman Series, which is going through all the way, 6 rounds, all the way through to March next year as part of the Australian Drag Racing Championship. And a big thanks, of course, to Andra Drag Racing, where you can find us live on the YouTube channel, Andra YouTube channel, and via In Pit Lane.
Absolutely. Modified bike we move on to now, qualifying round number 2. And we've got Colin Sainsbury in the Northern Territory Electoral Services lane up against the Summit Racing Equipment lane of Alan Henry.
He did pretty well in his first qualifying round. He did a 9.59 at 139.1 mile an hour. Let's have a look and see if he can keep that going for this next qualifying session. As both bikes are in full stage, the lights drop. Alan Henry with a .466 reaction time. Colin Sainsbury with a little bit too quick, just 002, not that much but just a little bit. 10.061 at 129.24 mile an hour. Still puts Baldy there as third fastest in qualifying so far with a 9.597, even though that was a bit of a slower time. But have a look, Alan Henry. He's pipped it with an 8.686. Wow, 152.16 mile an hour. So currently leading the qualifying times in the modified bikes, rather.
Always nice when you get progressively faster as the qualifying rounds progress. It's good to see.
And that'll happen when I drink more coffee.
Yeah, indeed.
All right, the next two bikes we've got is Robert Harrison, all the way from Queensland, and it's great to have Robert Harrison back. He's over there on a CUinNT Electrical Group, lane number 1, up against the local boy of Heath Costello. Both bikes there. Just Rob Harrison's just done his burnout over here on lane 2. There's Heath now on the YouTube channel. If you're watching us on YouTube now, you can see that the camera's actually on Heath Costello over there on... No, that's Robert Harrison on lane 1, rather. There we go. That's Robert Harrison there on lane 1. My apologies. And over there on lane 2, you'll see that Heath Costello already done his burnout, waiting for Rob, the Queenslander, to make his move. It's good to have Robert Harrison back on track. We haven't seen him for a few years, so it's good to have the old fella back.
Tis indeed. He's only just marginally in front of Colin Sainsbury. Mind you, this is his second pass.
All right, let's have a look and see what goes. Both bikes are in full stage. Rob Harrison.
Gee, the Harley's not enjoying that of Heath Costello.
No, it's not sounding sounding healthy at all. Have a look at that time though. Heath Costello, 13.332 at 60 mile an hour. So obviously something's gone drastically wrong here around about the 600 foot mark. But have a look at Rob Harrison, 9.943. Impressive.
Very, very impressive.
That puts Rob at, in second quickest at the moment behind Al Henry. Ooh, I tell you what, he's got a bit of a way to go to catch Alan Henry at the moment. Have a look at that. Alan Henry with an 8.686.
Yes, nearly a full second. Quite amazing.
Closest rival, 9.5.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, indeed.
Wow.
Yes.
So looking good. So who we got? Mark Taddingham coming up next there, Sean.
Indeed.
Mark Taddingham on the Kawasaki, the 1200. He'll be doing a solo pass.
Yes, a solo pass. He'd been in the Northern Electrical Services lane.
All right, let's have a look as Gordon Crawford getting ready to make his way out on the track. There we go, getting close to the pre and full stage line. As I said, I'll bring my other headset. I love it. I can just do this every now and then. I'll just turn you off. All right, here we go.
Gordon Crawford from West Australia. In fact, he'd brought his truck up here, not only bring his own bike, he'd transported some cars up here. So he's a racing car transport contractor. And yeah, Gordon had Lisa Garbellini's car on the back of gee, let me get this out. Lisa Garbellini's car and a few bikes on the truck. So in actual fact, he's backing it off. So this might be a failure start there for Gordon Crawford.
Yeah, just hearing over race control. Looks like, yep, he's got a problem with that one there. So, yep, they'll push him off. So we'll go into our next bracket of categories. So it's looking pretty good here tonight. And of course, as we said, this is all part of the Australian Drag Racing Championship, and of course incorporating round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series, going all the way through to March the 22nd. 6 rounds, and of course with this weekend we're here. Next weekend we're going to be in Alice Springs. Thank you. I did have that here before. I had it up here. It was here.
Yep. Then we're off to Adelaide in in October. I think that's early October. Then in November we go to Perth. Then we go to, I think it's January, we're off to Calder Park in Melbourne, and we wind up 5th and 6th back in Perth for round 6 of the Australian Drag Racing Championships. Also, we do have a round for the Summit Sportsman Series. That'll be in Bunarabi in Queensland, and that's coming up approximately August the 29th.
28th and 29th.
28th and 29th. Yeah. Oh, well, didn't want to argue about that. So that's the Sportsman weekend Series in Bunarabi in Queensland. So make sure you go to Flight Centre, get some tickets, and come and join us all, because this is going to be a magnificent series.
So we're looking at the dates here, of course. As we said, we're here this weekend. Next weekend down in Alice Springs. And then, of course, we're doing a little sneaky up, as we said, in Burnaby Dragway on the 28th and 29th of August, and then zipping down to Adelaide on the 2nd and 3rd of October, and then zipping across over to Perth Motorplex on the 27th of November.
Correct, yes.
And then Calder Park, I love Calder Park Raceway, 5th and 6th of February. And then, of course, winding up the round with round 6 on the 5th and 6th of March back over at the Perth Motorplex. So looking forward to seeing where we get up to when it comes all to that later on.
Absolutely, and of course that'll be the Western Nationals over there in Perth, and Maddie and Wayne will come and join us. The commentary box is going to be good fun. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely. Well, as I said, I do have my family's listening to us over in Perth at the moment, and of course they love their drag racing, and of course Trudy and Dan, who will be listening to us online at the moment. I hope you guys are enjoying the show, and everyone else who's actually enjoying it on YouTube, because you just go to the Andra YouTube channel, and of course via the In Pit Lane channel as well. So just doing a quick track inspection as our emergency vehicle makes his way back up the track. We'll get back into racing very soon. Alrighty, here we go as we get ready to get back underway. Peter Kirkpatrick, NT Electrical Group, lane number 1 in that Holden tubbed up 1 tonner. Have a look at that beautifully presented vehicle with that NOS bottle on the back.
Exactly, candy apple red, the colour I think of the 1 tonner. Absolutely beautiful, up against Marty Mirko, wearing the number 1 for a reason, because he is the reigning Super Sedan national champion, also a winner of the WA Drag Racing Association Championship for Super Sedan for season 20/21. And look, I think he's 4th national champion for Super Sedan, Marty Mirko, here in lane number 2, up against Peter Kirkpatrick.
Let's have a look and see what happens as both cars line up into pre-stage. And if you're watching this on the Andrew Drag Racing YouTube channel, have a look at that beautiful picture there from the start. Have a look as the Mirko car lifts that front wheel. Peter Kirkpatrick, the race is on. Have a look at this as we get down to the other end. Martin Mirko in that in that 68 Camaro, 9.11 with an 8, 148.35 mile an hour off the reaction time of a .025. Peter Kirkpatrick just not quick enough.
Nobody is coming home with a steam train. We're looking at 166 miles per hour compared to Marty Mirko, actually won with 148 miles an hour. So Peter Kirkpatrick, the one-tonner, a little slow start, but gee, come home with a wet sail.
Oh, he certainly did, and the chase was on. Craig McGregor, NT Electrical Group, lane number 1 at the moment in the Holden Rodeo, with Renee Cockrell over here in lane Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2. A very impressive looking car, as we were talking about before. That's the 94 GT Mustang. Love it. Very nicely presented car, and of course he's up against one of our local boys who, I tell you what, can put on a strong show in that rodeo. It's not a slouch. It knows how to move as both cars go into pre-stage. Full stage over here on lane number 2 as the wait for Craig. There we go, both cars in full stage as the lights drop.
A little bit keen off the mark there was Renee Corker with a red light. It won't matter in qualifying round 2 of Super Sedan. Very close across the stripe, and I'd say, yes, that'll go to Craig McGregor with an 8.76, a reaction time of a .155. 156 miles per hour up against 147 miles an hour, and 9.109 there. But unfortunately, a red light for Renee Cockrell. Mind you, the red lights don't make a huge difference during qualifying, but you need to sharpen that up when you get to race time.
Well, that's it. You know, look, maybe the more red lights you do in qualifying will help you not do them during the actual racing time, because that's when it really, really matters. Gary Baker coming up next in lane 1 with Mark Busher. In the one-tonner.
Check this HR.
Power skid.
Oh, absolute power skid.
That's the Gary Baker power skid. And let me tell you, he did one of those at the end of round 2 in our general racing down up in our club meeting at the beginning of the year before the season. And let me tell you, he did a power skid halfway down the track.
Oh man, that power skid was better than the top Doorslammers so far, but I'm sure they'll turn on a bit later. But Gary Baker, take your hat off, son. Magnificent burnout.
He knows how to work up those tyres. I'll tell you what, he's been out there on the track and does a fantastic job. Over to you, Matt. What's going on?
Well, I tell you, the HR Holden there of Gary Baker, mate, that is one awesome machine. The injected small block on board the car, blown and injected. What a beautiful presentation. The fiberglass nose cone. That is one quick little Super Sedan, boys and girls.
Oh, we got a double cherry, but have a look at that, though. Doesn't matter. Let's look at the times. Let's have a look at the times as lane 1 takes out the quickest time there. 8.956 at 152.74 miles per hour.
Gee, they were both keen to get off the mark.
Hang on.
Gary Baker, both keen to get off the mark there. Gary Baker a little bit quicker than the other one. Both got red lights, but Gary Baker with a .006. Gee, if you're not getting a red light, you're not trying. And these guys and girls are really trying out here tonight. It's a great pass.
Okay, looks like only one car, a solo pass for this qualifier down lane 2. And the beautiful candy apple red Holden utility. What a beautifully presented car. Looks amazing out here in the nightlight. Just pushing Sokas is Tirana back behind the start line, the green and black Tory from SA. He's been pushed back just for a few moments, so hopefully they can sort him out and get him out here to continue on with his qualifier. And they just shut down the utility, actually. So looking down the bottom end of the track, we can see a couple of red lights just flashing on the little on the rise in the track. So they'll sort a few things out down the bottom, and we'll get it fed back through radio control. And if we got a couple of minutes spare, I might have to go ditching some more lollies.
Oh, the kids will love the lollies. Who wants some lollies, kids? Come on, I can't hear you. You guys got to make a bit of noise out there. Who wants some lollies? There they go.
Well, they're quite vocal out here, I must say.
Oh, here we go. Here they come. They're coming.
How's your arm, Matty? Could you throw some over here, mate?
You can see the kids over there. They're in the middle, just under that Summit Racing Equipment sign.
Okay, so I got 3 or 4 of these tonight, and also 3 or 4 tomorrow as well. So we'll fill you up on lollies, kids.
Nothing like filling up the kids with sugar before they go home and go to bed. Sorry, Mum.
After they do this, I'm going
Well, I must say, it looks like there's more kids here than there was about half an hour ago.
Oh, look, I'll tell you what, one good thing about the top end, and of course, drag racing and our motorsport, this is where people hang out when they come down here because they love their motorsport. Big welcome to everyone who's here tonight, and of course, all our regulars as well. Welcome down to what is round one of the Summit Sportsman Series, all the way through to 6 rounds into March next year. And of course, you can keep track of it on the Andra YouTube channel or via the In Pit Lane channel as well. Of course, we are currently live on YouTube as the next car makes its way out. That's Desmond Jeffries, or Des Jeffries, to those who are his friends. Hi, Des. I'm not sure if I'm his friend or not, but I just, that's Desmond.
And it does look like Peter Zokis may not be competing this round. It looks like this will be a solo pass there for Desmond Jeffrey.
That's the VZ Ute.
Looks like he's had a fresh coat of polish.
Can we have street bikes, please?
Can we have street bikes, please? All street bike competitors to the staging lanes, please. Street bike competitors to staging lanes, please. We want to keep the show running on time as it is. Please, street bike competitors, staging lanes, please. Yeah, so Desmond Jeffrey. Yeah, definitely. It's come through as a solo pass from Desmond Jeffrey, despite looking and seeing only one car on the staging lanes.
Uh-oh, just having a quick look there. One of our officials is he ready to go? Yep. Of course, that's John, one of our track curators. You can see on the screen on our YouTube channel there. If you just have a quick look there, he's down on the ground. He's looking down pretty low. I think he might be. He's just having a look to see if something is coming out of the bottom end of that car there. But it looks like Desmond Jeffries is off. 0.262 reaction time. The Victorian's making his way down the track, all thanks to Force 8 contractors. And that VZU gets down the other end of the track in a time of 10.93 with a 9, 127.5 miles per hour.
Very impressive. Nice launch. Pretty good reaction time. Kept the car nice and straight down the track, and that's what you want to do during round 2 of qualifying. Should I say qualifying number 2 for Super Sedan.
Street bikes,
looks
please.
Like the next pair coming up our way. Sorry to butt in there, guys. Alex Croydus over there in lane 2. And by the looks of the front of that car, looks like George Tipakidis over here in lane 1 as well. So South Australia up alongside that wonderful yellow EB Falcon. I think he's also from SA actually, just from memory. But have a look at the presentation of these two cars out here, folks. Out here playing for Super Sedan.
Very impressive looking car, that one. Have a look at that there over here in
and
lane 2.
what a wonderfully presented pair of cars these things are, folks. Great stuff. Alex Croydus, actually from Victoria, that's right. He got across the border and didn't have any issues getting into Northern Territory. He got here really, really early, so he's all right. He's up against South Australia, George Tipakidis. We'll check him out for Competition Automotive.
Still want street bikes, please. Street bikes, can you please make your way up to staging? Street bikes to staging. As Alex gets across the line in 9.65 with a 2. 9.65 with a 2. 139.95 mile an hour off that little bit too quick of a red light.
Yes, both very keen racers and very similar red light reaction times. But yep, great little pass there. Very, very good pass. And yeah.
Only 1 second difference between them. So what's that? 9.65 with a 10.015. So still pretty good. So the guys are getting their cars all dialed in, tuned in and whacked in the way they want them. Here comes Peter.
Yeah, Peter Zokis from South Australia. I think he missed the previous pass. He wasn't quite ready, but he's got a solo pass to himself now in lane number 1.
Not a bad looking car, that one. That Tirana's very well presented.
Well, and any Tirana's good looking, isn't it?
It is.
Yes, they are. Get a couple of shakes of the head in the commentary box. No, love me Tiranas.
I had an LX for about 4 years. Had a bench seat. You know, the cars used to have a bench seat.
Yes, I do remember those. Yes.
This thing had a bench seat, and I was driving. I had a kink in my neck the whole time I was driving the thing because the seat was that high. Great cars, though. Actually, some model, I reckon. Here we go. Not a bad. Oh, too quick on the reaction time there. 1.3 to the 60 foot, but gets down to the other end into 8.889, 153.6 mile an hour.
That was a strong pass, Wayne. Very strong.
They've got to nail this. It's not. A lot of these guys have got to start having a look at their reaction times because we are getting quite a few red lights here. So I really am hoping that after this qualifying that they nail that because that's all it takes to bugger up a race, as we know.
Absolutely. These drivers are very keen for the Australian Drag Racing Championships to put their best foot forward, and just a little bit too keen on that case.
In some cases, yeah.
In some cases, indeed. Quite a few cases so far. But the next pairing we've got is Dylan Wagner. In fact, they're already down the track. I'm so slow off the mark. Dylan Wagner in the outside lane in lane number 2. And Tony List, who's in second place in lane number 1 as they go across the stripe.
Too easy. Just have a look at that. Tony List, a 13.261 at 104.1 mile an hour. And Wegsy, Dylan Wagner, 15.096 at 90.78 mile an hour. Oh, Wegsy is one of our serving veterans, and of course in the Army, and does a fantastic job. So thank you for your service, Dylan. Of course, we've got a lot of guys who come down who are with the Army, and of course the military guys. And I do know we've got some Marines down here as well tonight. Welcome, guys. Tony Fury out in the 2019 Chev Camaro, 6.2 litres. He's been doing a lot of work to this car. And let's have a look and see what his time is this time. 11.11.0. Still makes him the quickest car on the track at the moment, though, with a 10.57. But that pass was 11.11 with a 0 at 128.86 miles per hour.
A faster miles per hour, but a slightly smaller elapsed time. Slightly slower elapsed time, but still very impressive. He's getting it together. Tony Fury in first place, with Tony List in second place, and Grant Moore in third place.
Yep, Tony List in 2. He's going pretty quick. All right, just a little bit of a short break at the moment while the guys get their stuff together.
Okay, moving on now with our top sportsmen out here, folks. They are a wide variety of cars. Actually, no, the bikes are coming out of the darkness. They snuck out from around the corner. They are pitted or staged up there on the right-hand side of the pit area. So they just turn their headlights on and come out of the darkness. So moving on to street bike, and we'll check it out for these guys. They are virtually crotch rockets, they call them.
Hey.
They do, as they make their way down the track. Virtually what you buy and bring it out here to the racetrack. Maybe do a couple of tweaks here and there, but essentially still a street bike.
They certainly are. Daniel Dumsley, the Suzuki GSX 1300, and of course he's one of our local boys. He's up against, of course, Mark Taddingham. This guy, Mark Taddingham, is one you've got to keep an eye on for. During the wet season, he goes mud racing just to keep his foot keeps his foot and his steering in the mud racing goes around in circles. This is a straight line. But I'll tell you what though, Mark Taddingham, he knows how to pedal that bike. Have a look at that time. 10.02 with a 1. 10.02 with a 1. 142.03 mile an hour.
That puts him in a first place so far, and gee, that was a really good pass. Really, really good pass there by Mark Taddingham.
Well, Mary Rose Henry's coming out next.
Yeah, a solo pass also.
She does a fantastic job on that Suzuki Hayabusa of hers, the 1300cc. And as you can see, most of our street bikes are all pretty much, they're all pretty comparable. The biggest bike we got to 1340, then we go down to a 1300, then we go to 1100. So all these bikes are all reasonably competitive with each other. So it's all about the twist of the throttle and who can get the other end in the right time.
Exactly, a 10.3 there for Mary Rose Henry. That's her best time so far.
And we got Matt Hi, Matt. He's down trackside at the moment. I just couldn't get my tongue around your name. I haven't had enough coffee yet, or I've had too much, one of the two. All right. Over to you.
Okay, there we have the 11.36, 133 miles per hour. So good top-end speed. Had a few issues on the start line, just getting the power down to the ground. But that's the noise as we move now on to
Ashley
top
Smith.
sportsman.
This is Ashley Smith, one of the strongest cars we've got in this class. The top sportsman class, of course, we are looking at Ashley Smith in the Camaro, and of course Todd Knight. These cars up here in the top end, these are the cars that really know how to boogie. Todd Knight in the 04 Pontiac. Junior Dragsters, please. Junior Dragsters, can you make your way up, please, Junior Dragsters? Okay, Todd Knight. Well, I was rudely interrupted. Todd Knight in the 04 Pontiac. 632 cubic inches, guys. A huge car. But Ashley Smith in the Camaro, 582 cubic inches. You got to keep an eye on Ashley Smith because he is very, very consistent, very strong driver. And you know what gives this guy a buzz? What gives this guy a buzz is he's skydiving. So he jumps out of perfectly good aeroplanes for the hell of it. So good on him. Then he goes drag racing. So I'm not quite sure what would be faster. Free falling out of an aeroplane with a parachute or drag racing. I'll have to ask him one day.
Oh, that's a good one. Gravity or horsepower?
Well, you've got to remember the gravity that some of these cars pull could be more than skydiving. But anyway,
you might be right, actually, Wayne.
Oh, what a bad start. Both cars. Have a look at this. A 0.18 reaction time from Ashley Smith. A 0.76 reaction time from Todd Knight. But have a look at that time.
Absolutely brilliant. A 6.729 there for Todd Knight. 204 kilometres an hour and 8.306.
I'll tell you what, boys and girls, just watching that car of Todd Knight's make his way down the track, being the turbo car that it is, just flames out the exhaust on both sides. Super impressive car to watch, as are these two cars.
Vlado Turek.
Crash repairs. What have we got over there, boys?
We got Vlado Turek over there in the Nissan S14, the 632 cubic inch Nissan. Do you like that?
Up against Leon Davis, who hasn't put a pass in so far. He did come out a little bit earlier, didn't quite go according to plan. Leon Davis is in lane number 2, which is the Summit Racing Industry Equipment lane. And of course, Vlado Turek from South Australia in the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane number 1.
Yeah, Vlado's been up here in Darwin before, and I tell you what, has always put on an impressive show in that Nissan. I tell you what, it is a very impressive car. I love the colour of it this time. It's a nice little bit of a two-tone blue in our top sportsman class. Qualifying session number 2 for these guys. So these are the ones you got to control. These are the ones you got to keep an eye out for, and very soon coming out, you'll keep it see. Michael Camilleri will be coming out soon in that 65 Mustang. We got a lot of strong competitors here, along with the likes of Dieter Herman, and of course Justin Russell as well from Victoria. So both cars are going to take it off. Let's have a look at these reaction times.
Vlado Turek looking very strong. Red light there for Leon Davies.
A .002 reaction time from Vlado Turek. Tell you what, that's pretty close. We've had the triple. We've had the triples.
Yes.
Now we're getting close. We've got a 002 this time, but Vlado doing a 7.912 at 175 mile an hour, Sean.
Super impressive. And Leon Davies finally put a good run together. 166 miles per hour with a 9.367 pass. Red light, unfortunately, so he's a little bit keen, but gee, what about that almost perfect launch there by Vlado Turek?
I like how you said that almost.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's hard to get much closer than 0.002 unless it's a .001.
Well, have a look at that car over there in NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. That is a beautiful looking car. Kevin MacGyver, all the way from South Australia as well. So we've got quite a few South Australians, which is good to see. 572 cubes underneath the bonnet of that impressive looking car with Kim Fidella in the ED Falcon from Western Australia there. Kim Fidella, 310 cubes. Let's have a look and see who takes the quickest time with this one. Qualifying session number 2 with these guys. And of course, as tonight gets the majority of our qualifying sessions out of the way. And then tomorrow when we kick off at 5, we'll be doing qualifying session number 5 up until about 5 o'clock. Then we'll take a bit of a short break. We'll do all the opening speeches and all the lovely stuff that we do up here or everywhere around the track. And then we'll be getting underway with our first of our racing with the top Doorslammers hitting the track at 6:30. It's going to be an awesome night tomorrow night as we finish off with qualifying session number 5. That'll be tomorrow afternoon.
Of course, a red light there for Kevin MacGyver.
Having a look on the Andrew YouTube channel there, some pretty impressive footage there from our camera guys. They're doing a fantastic job here tonight. Of course, we got one guy or two guys? One. But he's got 8 cameras and he's doing a fantastic job. Well done. How's he doing that?
Yeah, there's about 5 or 6 cameras out here, folks, remotely controlled and all sorts of whiz-bangs and gimmickry and you name it, they've got it sorted out here, live streaming over the internet.
Technology. You've got to love technology of today, don't you? Corey Reed over here on Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2 in the XF Falcon, and I'm glad to see that we got some Fords in our top sportsmen, keeping the spirit alive. Could be worse. It could be a ruckus.
Well, first on race day, as you'd like to say, Wayne, I guess. But yeah, so Corey Reid from South Australia.
As we said before, a big thanks to we've got plenty of photographers out there on the track, along with our big cameras as well. If you see a camera go past, wave, say hi. You could have some stranger looking at you, so wave back a hi. If you're not supposed to be here, don't. Just hide your head. I did that in the football once and got caught and then got into trouble. Because the boss goes, I thought to
coming our way, it's going to be Corey Reid on board the XF Falcon.
Oh, have a look at him go.
And that turbo is working off its ringer as he makes his way down the track. Absolutely awesome power.
8.831. How does that sound, Matt?
160
8.831.
miles per hour sounds more impressive.
It does. It does.
That's unbelievable. Good stuff.
Not
Great top-end speed.
It's not unbelievable out of a Ford. I'll say that much.
It was a great run, that is for sure. 160 miles per hour. That is certainly honking.
Certainly is. And if you have a look, folks, those who are down here at the trackside, if you have a look towards this way, which is your left, you will see our big timing boards down there, and that course also shows the time. If you have a look up at the top, will be the I think the top is the speed, the bottom is the time.
I think the top is the elapsed time and the bottom is the speed from memory.
Is it?
But we're not going to argue, Wayne.
I can't remember. I've got light poles in the way.
Yeah, I know. We're going to do something about these red lights, though, with the reaction time. I realise this is round one of the Australian Drag Racing Championships here at Hidden Valley, but we're getting too many red lights at this stage, and unfortunately Corey Reid got another red light there. It doesn't matter during qualifying, but it is important when we get to race time. And now we move on to the junior dragsters.
The little junior dragsters are coming back out. Have a look at this. We've got Brody Zappia coming out in the Mike Boss junior dragster, 543cc. The little CC engine there from Western Australia, of course, following his dad in his footsteps. Maybe we'll see him in big... Uncle. Hi, Uncle. 2 what? 2, 3?
Okay, moving on with our little junior dragsters. Down here in lane 1 is Zaps Bratt. That is one nicely turned out little car there for Brody Zappia. Going over to South Australia, we have Flame and Aussie from Adelaide. So Western Australia up alongside of South Australia, Cooper Plummer on board the Flame and Aussie, helped out by his mum Janelle and his dad Craig as they make their way from Adelaide up here to Darwin. First time he's seen the track, let alone race at it. So we'll see how he's going on board his little BJD, and he's up alongside a seasoned veteran of dragsters, Brody Zappia.
All right, let's have a look as both these guys go into full stage. The lights drop. Brody hits a cherry. As we said, we hope these guys can actually sort out these red lights a little bit too quick there for Brody. But let's have a look at look at the time.
Unbelievable, yes, and he's gone a little bit under his index. Being an A junior dragster, Brody's index is an 8 flat. He's gone through with a 7.98 at 83 miles an hour. And Cooper Plummer, who's a B junior dragster, his index is of course an 8.6, and he's gone through with a 9.364 at 67 kilometres an hour, 67 miles an hour. Folks, please forgive me for getting my miles and kilometres mixed up, imperial and metric. I was never good at that.
Maybe go Specsavers. It says
Yeah, exactly. Miles per hour. Duh.
I'll tell you what, though, if Brody Zappia keeps this up, I'll tell you what he will be doing. He'll be keeping up. He'll be overtaking his uncle very soon. Who knows? Yes. I'll tell you what, fantastic little peddler. That ACS Sports Images Mike Boss Junior Dragster, I think we're going to see some very big things come out of Brody. The year before, we saw some pretty good times out of him as well. The Scarlett Sherwood makes her way onto the track. The NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, all thanks to Able Tiling and ProGrind NT. Off she goes.
Yeah, not going according to plan, unfortunately, here for Scarlett. Having a couple of stabs at the accelerator, she goes across the finish line, goes across the stripe with a 13.125 at 41 miles per hour. Yeah, a little bit unrepresentative there for Scarlett, and I'm sure that as an A junior dragster, she'll go back and have a little bit of a look at what went on and come out a little bit stronger when we come towards round 4 of qualifying for the junior dragsters a little bit later on this evening.
This evening. We're getting closer to the evening. It's getting close to night time. Look, now that I've had my coffee, it started to actually wear in, which means I'll get home tonight. I won't be able to go to sleep.
Yes, looks like a nice coffee. You made yourself. You had to pay for. You made yourself your own coffee, and you had to pay for it.
I have to. I know, it's terrible.
Ripped off.
I got to talk to my mate down the other end there.
You call him a mate?
Oh, Vaughan's a lovely bloke. Millie's Cafe Licious. He's out the back there in the back of the pits there, and he's got some great food there as well. So if you're wandering through the pits, go down there, have a chat with him. He puts on a good feed there. He's got steak sandwiches. He's got all sorts of sandwiches with the works and wraps and all sorts of stuff. So go check him out. Along with the guys up here on the hill, there's hamburgers, there's chips, there's all sorts of stuff over. Oops, excuse me. Over here is also slushies and ice cream, and there's also Super Streets who need to come up now as well. Super Streets, you guys are up next. I got interrupted. I was talking about food and Ray's pointing Super Streets at me.
Yeah, well, food is close to my heart too, Wayne, I can assure you of that.
Well, I've got to say this. Brad Stott, who's one of our camera guys out there, came in and he says, have I found the weight that you've lost? And I went, I hope so.
Gee, that was a bit rude. I was here when you said that. I was a bit rude.
I love it. Aidan Abel, back on track. Well done. 8.359, Sean.
Yeah, another red light again. There's been so many red lights, but, you know, it's early on. Everyone's keen as mustard to put their best foot forward. But, yeah, good pass by Aidan Abel, an 8.35, as you said, Wayne. And that'll be the end of the junior drags, and so it'll take a little while to reset the timing, move back to the quarter mile, and then I think we're off to
Super Streets.
Super Street. I love the Super Streets coming out.
Well, we've got, how many cars we got? We've got 12 cars in our Super Streets lined up here on our board at the moment. Well, that's what I've got on my board. Of course, we're looking at the likes of Paul Garbellini, Alan Appleby, David. No, we don't have David Bates, but we got Sarah May Bates. We got Michael Bridges and Sean Boyer. We didn't see Simon Lazaro come on out, but we do know that Glenn Sturgenberg is there. Sarah May Bates, Lisa Garbellini, Bruce Kim, and then Dave. No, we haven't got him or the other blokes there. So we've got quite a good contingency of cars. So, of course, this is our Super Streets up next.
Yes, absolutely. We've got Alan Appleby coming out the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane up against Michael Bridges in the Summit Racing Equipment lane. And of course, Alan Appleby, all about beat the heat, all about spreading the road safety message. Folks, do your racing on a track, on a drag strip, not on the streets.
That's right, and these guys do a fantastic job along with the whole crew of the Beat the Heat team.
Oh, look at the Centura.
Centura's just dusted the Commodore. Alan, what's going on?
Alan was asleep on the line.
Oh, I don't want to look at this. I'm not looking.
Oh, 11.8. Very disappointing there for Alan Appleby with a 13.12 at 119 miles per hour. But 109 miles an hour, a little bit slow across the stripe there at 11.80 is Michael Bridges. And
his foot slipped.
Yeah, well, it must have. He only increased by 20 miles per hour over the final half lap. Yeah, and unfortunately a little bit quicker there for Alan Appleby.
Well, of course, Sarah May Bates is coming out next over there on lane 1 with Lisa Garbellini coming out on lane 2.
Yes, Lisa Garbellini from Western Australia, the 6.2 litre LS3. I should know, I've got one in my car.
This is the girls too. Girls versus girls.
Yes.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, this is good.
Look at the queue.
Oh, you got to love the queue, Monaro, don't you? Just the most stunning shape.
I'm never been a huge Holden fan, but what I do like is the queues. I love the HQs. 10.72 with a 0, 124.58 miles an hour. Lisa Garbellini.
Absolutely. Lisa Garbellini with an 11.516 there at 117 miles per hour. So and they both red lit again. Both so keen, the ladies, to beat each other. But yeah, a little bit disappointing. Very similar across the 60-foot mark and very similar again across quarter track.
Bruce Kim's come back out now, and of course Bruce Kim in the VL Commodore, the 5.7 litre, up against Glenn Sturgenberg in the VR Holden Ute, 357 cubes, all the way from WA.
Oh, Glenn's a bit keen, red light. Gee, it's got some pace though, that VR Holden Ute.
Tell you what though, Bruce Kim's chasing him down.
Oh yeah, I reckon you're right too.
Have a look at that.
Oh, we nearly got him too.
Oh, nearly got him. 10.45 with the 1 from Glenn Sturgenberg, 130 mile an hour with Bruce Kim.
Absolutely, Bruce Kim with a 10.99, and unfortunately Bruce got a very slow start with a .106, and that was probably the margin in the end that he might have been able to take that out. And looking quite clearly, the miles per hour, Glenn Sturgenberg 130 miles an hour and 123 miles an hour for Bruce Kim. Still takes the victory though. Mind you, this is qualifying for round 3 of Super Street.
Sean Boyer over here on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1 with Paul Garbellini. Over here on Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2, as both cars go into pre-stage. Sean's just moved into full. Come on, Paul. Here we go. Psyching each other out here. They got got a couple of seconds. Oh, look at that.
He's got number 1 on the side of the car and he gets another red light. We've never seen so many reds in all our time here, Wayne.
Yeah, it's I don't, look, it's a bit of a concern.
It is, yes.
But I'm just hoping that these guys get it into a pile before tomorrow afternoon. 11.875 at 114 mile an hour for Paul Garbellini.
And Sean Boyer, 11.779 at 109 miles an hour.
Hello, Matt. You got something to say, I see.
I don't really have a whole lot to say, except we're doing a bit of track prep out here now, getting ready for the last part of our night. So what we'll do now is, while we do a bit of track prep, I will dig my hand in the lolly bag and throw some more over the fence to these youngsters. I heard a bit of a scream there, so get ready, kids, by the fence, and I'll be over there in a couple of moments. Why don't we hear a word from a few of our sponsors?
Red CUinNT, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burn, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade, cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars in Oz. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red CUinNT, September 3 to 5. Head to redciuinnt.com.au for tickets now.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com. Today's cars have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com.
Have you run out of lollies, Matt? You weren't supposed to eat them yourself. I can see that's why you've been running up and down the burnout pad there, so to burn off all those lollies that you've been eating. I'll tell you what, I want to say a big thank you to Matt Bubner and, of course, Sean McCabe, who are joining us here in the commentary team this weekend for what is round 1 of the Summit Sportsman Series. And, of course, 6 rounds going all the way through to March the 22nd. And we did mention the dates earlier on, and I'll give you another quick detail on the dates that these are going to be happening. And of course, this is a fantastic initiative from of course the Australian Drag Racing Championship, and of course, a big thanks to Andrew for their support on this one as well. Have a look at this. Hidden Valley this weekend. We've got a double header this weekend, a double header down in Alice Springs. So once the guys pack up tomorrow night, they'll be heading down to Alice Springs. Fortunately, it's only a 14-hour, 15-hour drive, so the guys can make their way slowly down the track, stop off at the historic Daily Waters pub, and have a couple of brewskis there. But
apparently they do a nice steak at that pub, I've been told. And Richard Zappia was telling me that darn good steak, I believe.
Certainly is, and of course the highway in on the highway. Then they can progress down to Tennant Creek, Three Ways, and Three Ways is a good place to stop for a feed too.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, and then you going all the way down to Tennant Creek, and then between Tennant Creek and Alice Springs, there's Barrow Creek. So just keep going through. Don't stop. Just go through Barrow Creek and then get down to Alice Springs. And, of course, you guys will be down there for next weekend, 24th to 25th at Inline Dragway. And, of course, they're going to be doing a lot more stuff down there at the other end of in Alice Springs. So those who are listening to us on our YouTube channel, welcome. Hi, I'm Wayne. This is Sean. Hey, Sean, say good day.
Folks.
Hope you're enjoying the show on YouTube. Looks like I stalled there for a moment. Must be that too much bandwidth.
Oh, it's not my good look, that's for sure. The left-hand side, no.
Have a look at the crowd. I want to say big thanks to all the crowd we got here tonight. Of course, that's not bad for a Friday night. We got plenty more racing to come your way. Qualifying session number 3 and 4 coming up after this short break. We're doing a bit of the John Deere tractor racing at the moment.
Exactly.
Looks like the guys...
Championships.
That's it. The John Deere Championships happening down here at Hidden Valley at the moment. We've got still to come. We've got Top Doorslammer qualifying session number 2 with the modified bikes, super sedans, modified cars, street cars, street bikes. JD's back on track. Then super streets, modified bikes, super sedan, modifieds, top sportsman, track prep, and then the final qualifying session for our Top Doorslammers. And I tell you what, it's a good night so far. We were talking about this before, Sean. We're getting a few red lights. I really do hope the guys sort this out before the end of tonight, and of course qualifying session number 5 later on tomorrow afternoon. We'll kick off with racing. First race will be the Top Doorslammers at 6:30 down here at Hidden Valley. Make sure if you are listening to us on YouTube at the moment or watching us on YouTube, make sure you log in. We will be broadcasting from around about 6:30. That's when the live racing starts. I'll tell you what, you will not be disappointed. We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds, and then, of course, we'll have the final sessions. I'm looking forward to it. Round 1 of what is the Summit Sportsman Series, and, of course, going through all the way through to the 22nd of March, finishing up back down at the Perth Motorplex. I'm looking forward to a great season, and I'll be following the whole thing on, of course, on YouTube. So make sure you go to the Andrew YouTube channel and via the in-pit lane. Plenty more racing coming your way, folks. Don't go too far away as the tractors make their way down tracks and do a bit more skidding and panning and track prepping to make sure these other cars can stick.
Exactly, and it's great to see some track prep just before the Top Doorslammers come out, and that's going to be really good. That'll be round 2 for the Top Doorslammers, and a little bit later on, round 3, when the weather gets even a little bit more cool. About 9:42 p.m, providing things go according to plan, we'll have the Top Doorslammers out for qualifying number 3. So plenty to look forward to, folks. And just one more thing, a thank you to all the volunteers who are here today putting in their efforts. Sensational. The drag strip looks absolutely perfect. I know that all the West Australians, we love coming here. We say this is probably the best drag strip preparation and the best drag strip in Australia. It's lovely and flat. Perth has a slight mound once you go over the stripe, but this is just a beautiful, beautiful venue. So thank you all for inviting us all here, and well, we hope we can put on a good show for you.
Oh, we are putting on a good show. Hey, Sean, when was the last time you reviewed your insurance?
Well, actually, probably I think I'm due for insurance pretty soon. I think, no, actually April, I should say. Car insurance in April.
Well, maybe you should have a look with Gallagher's, because Gallagher's is the official insurance broker for the Australian National Drag Racing Association. Did you know that?
No, I didn't actually.
Well,
no.
they are. They're one of our huge official insurance brokers for the association. Of course, they offer competitive and no obligation free quotes on anything from your race trailer to your business, of course, to your race car. More than 90 years experience, Gallagher's tailored insurance, risk management, and of course consulting solutions have helped businesses, communities and people facing their futures with confidence.
Gallagher's very interesting. I'll keep them in mind, Wayne.
For more information, hit their website, AJG. That's AJG. That's the J and then the G. .com.au. Check out Gallagher's Insurance for all your insurance needs as we continue on with some great more sponsors for Andra. Of course, did you know that ANNCR, which is, you can order stuff online with summitracing.com?
Yes, indeed.
You
yeah.
get a whole heap of stuff. Have you actually been on their page?
Yes, I have. I've been on Summit Racing's
The
page.
toys.
Yeah. I know.
I got banned. The missus kicked me off the
I
website.
can understand that. Yes, look, absolutely brilliant. Summit Racing equipment, backing drag racing, great backers.
All right, we'll be back
Today's
after the
cars
short break, folks.
have all the style of a washing machine. But it wasn't always like that. Your car is a classic, and you're working hard to keep it that way. Count on Summit Racing for the parts to make it right, plus advice to help you get it done. Summit Racing, genuine sheet metal, trim, and restoration parts. SummitRacing.com. Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort, made of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
Red CUinNT, the ultimate car and bike festival, returns to Alice Springs for 3 huge days of cruising, racing, burnouts, bikes and more. Join in on the massive street parade, cruise the streets in your modified ride, then rock the night away at the podium party. There's heavy-hitting drag cars, an epic off-road driving course, hundreds of custom bikes, and the best show cars in Oz. Get your 3-day Chrome Pass now for just $50. We'll meet you in the middle at Red CUinNT, September 3 to 5. Head to redciuinnt.com.au for tickets now.
Well, there we go. And we are back trackside down here at Hidden Valley. And of course, Red CUinNT's coming up very soon. I'm looking forward to that, September 3 to 5. Red CUinNT, of course, is another one of the top end's big motor sports show. Of course, lots of racing, lots of. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Got to love that side of. Oh, hang on, I've got to turn him on.
Oh yeah, too right. Yeah.
They are, yeah. Some of the cars, you look at some of the cars and some of the money these guys spend, and in a lot of cases too, a lot of the guys don't spend a lot of money, but what they do spend is a lot of time.
Oh yes, yeah, very wise. Yeah, exactly. It's a labour of love, isn't it? Cars, I just absolutely love seeing the cars restored back to their to their former glory. It's just magnificent. What a passion! Something that I wish I had the garage space to do, and the skills to do it.
I got a carport and nothing. So
have I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved from a 12 metre by 9 metre garage to a carport. So yeah, I've downsized pretty big.
I know what you mean. It's. But I'll tell you what, so make sure you lock that into your diary. 3, 4, and 5 of September. Red CUinNT happening down in Alice Springs. All going well. So yeah, looking forward to getting on. We are currently under the way with our track preparation at the moment. Of course, the Andra Drag Racing Awards, we'll be doing that tomorrow evening after qualifying and in between all the other stuff before we go racing. Now, some of the awards that we're going to be looking at tomorrow is the Top Qualifiers Medallion. All right, so all Summit Racing Equipment Sportsman Series top qualifiers will be awarded a medallion thanks to the support of Deco Glaze Glass Splashbacks Central Victoria, as well as the Summit Racing Equipment Pack. Looking for that one. Looking to see some of those top qualifiers. I'll tell you what, we have got quite a few contenders in that tonight. Also, too, the Crow Camps Top Qualifiers Award presented by Deco Glass Splashbacks. Of course, the Top Qualifier Award presented by those guys. We'll see the top qualifiers in the Top Doorslammers. Not only that, the Perfect Light Award.
Well, now that's something that we've seen a few contenders here today, just a little bit too keen to win it.
Do you remember who that was?
Yes, the 000.
Who was that?
No, I couldn't
can't
tell you.
remember.
I can't remember exactly.
I should have written that
We
down.
did have 1 earlier on today, which is the perfect reaction time.
That's it. And then, of course, we've got the Perfect Package Award. I've got the perfect package.
Yes, you do indeed, Wayne.
We're talking about the perfect package award is for the first sportsman racer who records the perfect package, which is a 000 reaction time, and then runs the perfect dial-in time.
Man, that is that skill when you can get that done. I mean, that's the ultimate aim of Dial Your Own Racing.
It's only offered $500 cash. It's not much incentive.
Okay. No, big thanks to Andra and Summit Racing Equipment for forwarding the
I think it's a great idea. I think that
it is. Yes,
it's very. Look, I'll be honest. It's very rare to see the perfect package, but it can happen. And it does happen. So, big thanks to Andra and Summit Racing Equipment for dishing out $500 for the perfect package award. Hopefully, we'll see that tonight and all tomorrow.
Yes.
And then, of course, we've got
the Best Presented Award, sponsored by Vinyl Wraps and Graphics. Now, this is going to be something really, really... It's tough to choose who is the best presentation out there.
Well, there's a few of them.
Yes, indeed. I know, depends whether you're a full man or a Holden man, but would you look at your top door slammers or would you look at your bikes? It's going to be wide open. It's a great incentive to have your car looking absolutely mean. A good coat of polish before you turn up here is always a good idea.
That's it. So that'll be all happening at around about 6 o'clock when we do all the speeches and all the pointy end of the thing. So, and a big thanks, of course, to Summit Racing Equipment, Sportsman Series. A big thanks, of course, to Andra and, of course, Andra Drag Racing Committee, and, of course, a big thanks to Australian Drag Racing Championship, because this is round one of the Summit Sportsman Series. 6 rounds. Tonight is round 1. Next week in Alice Springs.
Alice Springs, yes, Inland
Round
Dragway.
2.
It's going to be magnificent. And then, of course, we're off to Banaraby in Queensland, the Banaraby Dragway, and that is for the Summit Sportsman Series. So the top door slammers won't be there, but all the other categories will be there. That is August 28 and 29, not too far away. So make sure you go to Flight Centre or wherever it is and get your tickets for Queensland, Banaraby, August 28 and 29.
I do want to also mention too, to those who are leaving here tonight, please drive home carefully. If you've been drinking, please don't drive. Of course, the police will be out in force tonight. We do know that. So, and they have a tendency to hide in little dark places behind us. So if you want to do silly things, the police will catch you, and you could end up with a thinner wallet by doing silly things. All right, looks like we got some action happening as the guys make their way onto the track right now. I think we're going to be getting underway with, when I change pages,
Door Slammers, actually. I think we're up to top Door Slammers next, and that's why they've just prepped the track. And it does look like, I think it's Matty Abel, looks like probably one of the first to come out. I see Matty Abel's car just there. It looks like he'll be in lane number 2. And can't quite spot the other vehicle, but just with Wayne's point about taking it easy on the way home, folks, we did have Peter Appleby out here a little bit earlier on with Beat the Heat, and that's a police car. It's all about doing the right thing. The road safety message is so important, no matter what part of the world or what part of Australia you come from. Mate, drive carefully, be safe, don't drink and drive, don't text and drive. Please don't text and drive or talk on your phone. Not only will you'll get a nice invoice at the end of the day, but road safety is so important. We're losing far too many Australians on the roads, so please, observe the road safety message. It's all about beat the heat. Observe the road safety message, do the right thing, and we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow night.
We got Matt down there trackside at the moment. How's it going down there, Matt? What's the atmosphere like trackside?
Well, I must say it's a great vibe down here. The kids, you can hear them in the crowd. They are getting a dose of these a little later on as well, so they'll be certainly bouncing off the walls. We've got the Doorslammers making their way out. We've got a few more entrants making their way out, but I tell you, coming from a night down in Adelaide tonight, it'd probably be about maybe 8 degrees, I reckon, up here, and this is just awesome. So fantastic. I want to stay a few more than 2 nights, man. I might have to maybe live here for a couple of months a year.
Well, if you go to Alice Springs, it's cold there too.
Yeah, it's cold overnight. I mean, the nights there out in the middle of Australia are fantastic. It is starry nights wherever you look, and Alice Springs is a pretty spectacular place. I did the announcing at Red Centre Nats 3 and 4, and I had a ball down there doing that. So I've been pretty lucky to go around the country doing exactly what I love doing.
Yeah, and of course, Red Centre Nats, that's in September, so it's a little bit warmer down there. This time of the year, it is a bit on the brisk side.
It certainly is, yes. Yeah, Yeah, between 22 degrees in the daytime and down to around freezing at night time. But yeah, it'll be good. It's a bit of a strange one for myself. I'm coming from Darwin. I'm going back to Perth on Sunday night. Then on Wednesday I fly to Alice Springs. So it's I'm sort of going from warm to cold to cold. But no, it'll be great to be in Alice Springs. Looking forward to it so much.
All right, welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying the night tonight. Of course, this is the Australian Drag Racing Championship supporting round one of the Summit Sportsman Series here tonight. And of course, it's really great for it to be kicked off up here in the top end. And a big thanks to all the work done by everyone to actually make this happen. And of course, I do know, speaking with the likes of Zappia and all the others who come up here, they love Darwin. They love coming to Darwin. Our track here is one of the straightest and flattest tracks in Australia. Until you get to the other end, it gets a bit dippy down the bottom. Once you go past the braking area, it gets a little bit howdy-doody. But the rest of it, though, the actual quarter mile is the straightest and the flattest.
I've heard exactly the same thing, Wayne. All the West Australians say that Darwin is by far the best drag strip in Australia.
Just while we have a bit of a quiet time out here as well, I'd like to let everybody know, if you don't already know, if you've got friends out there who can't make it here or live in another part of the country, there's a live and free stream from this Top End Nationals from here today. So over the weekend, actually, brought to you by Andra, the Australian National Drag Racing Association, also Summit Racing Equipment, Summit Sportsman Series, Crow Cams, Coles Motors, and Tourism Northern Territory. And we have the folks up from Melbourne, folks, in Pit Lane. They produce some wonderful shows on community television, and they're providing the production facilities out here tonight. So great to have them on board with us. And also with thanks to Calder Park Drag Racing and RMIT Student Television. So RMIT in Melbourne have their media suite, and thanks to those guys, we have some equipment, and the wonderful folks from down in Melbourne are up here operating it here tonight. So fantastic stuff, and I hope everyone out there is enjoying our live stream. You guys get to see it live, and we are so fortunate we can stream it to the world.
Yeah, so make sure you jump on the Andrew YouTube channel, folks, and the Andrew YouTube channel. Tell your friends, tell your family if they're not here, like I've told mine over in WA. So tell your family, friends, wherever they could be all over the world, tell them to jump onto the YouTube channel, the Andrew YouTube channel. It's free. Free. That means it's not cost you nothing.
That's a bargain. Absolute bargain, Wayne.
Well, you're paying for your internet, but I've got unlimited internet. So
you guys want Doorslammers? Make some noise!
All the way from Moonee Ponds in Victoria, ladies and gentlemen, Robin Taylor, NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. The Melbourne Sports Medicine 68 Camaro, 521 cubic inches of pure muscle underneath the bonnet of the first of our single passes of our top door slammers. Come on, Darwin, make some noise!
And Wayne, we were just talking recently about the best presented car. Well, I tell you what, Robin Taylor's car would have to be very, very close to one of the best presented here today. It's absolutely beautiful, is the Camaro. 68 Camaro, tough 68.
It's a gorgeous looking car all the way from Moonee Ponds in Victoria. Tell you what, not only does it look impressive, it's actually pretty quick as well.
Oh yes, I can see Robin in the high fives, I think.
Over to you, Matt.
Okay, boys and girls, up there in the stands. Check it out for Rob Taylor on board the Mad Professor. What an awesome piece of machinery. You can smell the fuel. That thing sounds like it's on song. We'll check it out for the Mad Professor coming our way in a couple of moments. Helped out there, of course, by Taylor's Motorsport. Cover your ears, kids.
Robin Taylor about ready to take off. Have a look at that. 163 reaction time.
Oh, buttons off, just off the start line. A little bit out of shape, went over left-hand side slightly, but he's done the right thing and backed off. One of those things. If it doesn't go all right, then you don't want it to go all wrong. So you just got to just back it off and come and have another round.
Yeah, you had to have a couple of stabs at the accelerator. It hasn't gone according to plan. And unfortunately, a 15.37, very unrepresentative of Robin Taylor's time. But he'll be back a little bit later on. The top door slammers will be coming out around about 9:42 p.m. for their third and final pass for the day.
Okay, we can see the rest of the top Doorslammer field back there as well, so they'll make their way down the track for the second to last qualifier for tonight, actually. So they'll be back out to finish our show a little later on as well. And folks, you guys have had a great night of racing across all the different Andra brackets. It's great to see them out here on our track here at Hidden Valley. And I tell you, it's also awesome to be up here from Adelaide to be amongst you folks out here as well. So thanks for having me, and I'll be with you throughout the weekend.
Alrighty, as we get ready to bring the next couple out, we've got Matt Abel coming out into Electrical Group lane number 1, with Kelvin Lyle coming out on lane number 2. I tell you what, we look at what these two cars are, what we're going to be having at the moment, of course, with Matt Abel in the 57 Chevrolet.
Oh, gee. Wow, Matty Abel got, Daniel, let's get it right. Kelvin Lyle got the car very sideways through the burnout.
Bit bumpy.
Certainly
bit of a bumpy
was.
Ride that one was. Matt Abel over there on NT Electrical Group lane number 1 there.
Yeah, he was nice and stable, but Kelvin Lyle really got the car sideways.
A little bit out of, hang on.
Kelvin just having a little bit of a stab as he tries to reverse it up. Coming back a little bit slower. Not sure if there's an issue there for Kelvin. I see the team running towards him. He actually doesn't have anyone to guide him back. I think that's the main issue.
He needs his run back girl.
Exactly. I think he was just waiting.
His run back boy. There he is.
Yes. Yes, a little bit of an error there for the Kelvin Lyle team.
It's good to see that, of course, we have run back boys now.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, run back boys, not just run back girls, indeed. Look, these two guys are really good friends off the track, but on the track, they both want to win this. They both want to take home round 1, the Australian Drag Racing Championship for top Doorslammers.
Let's have a look here. Of course, at that burnout there, Kelvin was a little bit wayward. Let's hope to. He's warmed it up, so hopefully we'll see a good pass out of both these cars. As you said, Kelvin went a bit wayward there in that direct mining Mustang. Let's hope that this pass sees a fruitful pass as both the cars get their way into pre-stage. There we go. Both cars in pre-stages. We rack them up. We rack and stack them. Wow. Matt Abel, tell you what.
Oh, unfortunately, I think there's been a bit of an issue there for Kelvin Lyle. He's gone out very wide. I see a lot of dust on the track down there. I hope everything's okay.
Well, let's just have a quick look at the time here. Matt Abel with a 5.916 at 254.7 mile an hour. And Kelvin Lyle with a 5.94. Oh, wow, how close is that? 5.916 to 5.948.
Yeah, they're just going to go down the bottom and check it out. He probably got in the dusty part of the side of the patch alongside the fence there. So hopefully nothing too serious. A bit of a dust cloud probably came from alongside the fence down the bottom end. So they'll send the safety crew down there, check him out and make sure all is A-OK.
Yeah, that dust would have come from the past the after the finish line in that braking area there. Looks like we might need a little bit of time. I'm just hearing over race control that we've got about 5 minutes to spare at the moment, so we'll get that sorted out and we'll get back to the racing in a moment. What's going on, Matt?
Indeed, we'll cut across to a few words from some of our sponsors. You guys got the live feed there. You can run the sponsors over the live feed for a short time.
If you like, I'll see if this young fellow will let me push the button.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media. On your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort, made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Alrighty, as we get ready to continue on with round one, Summit Racing Series here down at Hidden Valley. Great to see so many people here as we had a little bit of a tickle down the other end. Nothing major. It was just recover the car. He went a bit wayward after the braking area. And now it looks as though we got John Zappia over here on Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2, with Daniel Gregorini over there on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. We were talking earlier on, Sean, about best presented car.
Yes.
I tell you what, we are still going
Yes.
with some of these cars. Have a look at these top Doorslammers. Look at the livery that's on them. You know, these guys here supporting Crow's Cams, one of the huge sponsors of the series. You have a look at what's on Gregorini's car over there. Have a look at how Daniel. I love the colour. I love the way that car's been put together. The black and the green. Everything just seems to blend, doesn't it?
Absolutely, scratch and match here. Daniel Gregorini, a great sponsor, scratch and match. And that car had to go and undergo a huge amount of work recently, should I say late last year, after a bad crash around about November at Perth, which nearly wrecked the entire car. But after about 800 hours of man hours, the car's back running good. But yeah, it looks great. But you got to look at John Zappia's HQ GTS Monaro. It's the fastest HQ in the world, basically. I've actually seen him do a couple of laps of Wanneroo Raceway, and then he did a couple of big burnouts going back to 2010. But yeah, the liveries on both these cars, they're both spectacular cars. And 2 West Australians.
Let's have a look at the times as both these cars build it up. They set free. Have a look at this. 0.117 from Daniel, and 161 from John Zappia. Have a look at that. 5.787. John Zappia, 5.787 at 252 mile an hour. Not as fast as his first pass, but have a look at Daniel Gregorini.
Absolutely. Daniel's come from a non-representative time of around 10 seconds to a 5.837 at 253 miles per hour. They both crossed the stripe at 253 miles an hour. That was a magnificent run. Folks, you're getting your money's worth today. Absolutely brilliant racing. And the top Doorslammers here, this is their second qualifying here at the beautiful Hidden Valley, and the track's in great condition. Just had some track prep, and yeah, both John and Daniel will be very happy with that in first and second place. John Zappia in first place, Daniel Gregorini in second place, me Abel third place, not far behind, Kelvin Lyle in fourth, and Andrew Sutton in fifth with Robin Taylor.
Just having a quick look before we chuck it back over to Matt. Matt, the top four cars, 5.78 from John Zappia, and the Kelvin Lyle, 5.948. So we're looking at 5.78, 5.83, 5.91, and 5.94 for the top 4 cars. What do you reckon?
I'll tell you, folks, the track out here tonight is super prepared, and the conditions out here are flawless. So those times are certainly possible, and they're possible by more than one driver. So great stuff, great track prep. And the ideal conditions out here is a slight bit of moisture in the air and nice thick air. So great stuff, and the conditions lend themselves to some fast times.
There certainly is, and of course, as we're moving into, of course, this qualifying session, we still got to see from Andrew Sutton yet. Now, Andrew Sutton from Alice Springs, still a pretty quick peddler. He's got a 6.142. I think we'll see something better come out of that car. And then, of course, we've got Bronte Henning still to prove something as well. He did his first qualifying session. Obviously, something went horribly wrong with that car with a 25.25. So he buttoned it off halfway down the track. So I'm not sure what was going on with Bronte, but hopefully, well, it doesn't look like we got any more of the top Doorslammers coming out. So Going to be a very interesting evening as we move into our modified bikes once again. Modified bikes currently on track with Gary Flatt in lane 1, Mark Tattingham in lane 2.
Indeed, we've got both a modified bike, good launch. Both very similar reaction times. Unfortunately for Gary Flatt, he's going. He really fell off the pace there, but so Mark Tattingham will go through with a 9.472 at 146 miles per hour, and Gary Flatt, unfortunately on 11.08 at 124 miles per hour. A bit disappointing there for Gary. Look, got a good launch, but she just went nowhere in the first and second gear. But Mark Tattingham moves into second place, just behind Alan Henry. Alan Henry,
the time
of an 8.686. Just under a second quicker than Mark Tattingham.
See, a lot of the guys, when they come and do their qualifying, if they're happy with the qualifying time that they've got and they know that their vehicle's running well, some of them you won't see them come back out in other qualifying sessions. So they don't, because they think about it. They go, do I want to come out and risk damaging something again, or should I just wait, or should I give it another crack? The likes of Alan Henry, who's a very consistent rider, very consistent in his times and his speeds, I think he's probably thinking, you know what, I'm happy with this, I might just kick back and relax.
Yeah, good point. I mean, you wouldn't want to break something at this stage. I mean, it's a long weekend. We've got a big day tomorrow. And speaking of Alan Henry, he's in lane number 1 there, the Northern Territory Electricals group. And he's got a green light.
And have a look at that. He's perfected his time. Have a look at his reaction time. 007, license to kill, 8.681. 8.8, where did that go? 8.681. Quicker than his other qualifying time.
That is magnificent.
He's got that bike right where he wants it.
Yeah,
look at that.
Getting faster and faster, Alan Henry.
152.3.
Indeed, yes. Dean Hersey, look, not the best. A 10.03, 645 miles an hour. Look, he needs to sharpen that up a little bit, but he finds himself in 5th place. But Alan Henry, as you say, Wayne, just getting faster and faster.
He is definitely this is the guy to keep an eye on. This is the guy to beat. Alan Henry, 8.681 at 152 mile an hour. Dean Hersey all the way from Catherine, 10.035 at 145 mile an hour. Of course, we've still got Robert Harrison, Baldy Sainsbury and Heath Costello to go.
Yes, and here comes Colin Sainsbury in the Summit Racing Equipment lane, that's lane number 2, and the Northern Territory Electrical Services, Heath Costello.
Heath coming out. Heath is a pretty good rider, pretty strong rider. He's consistent as well, but again, like anything, Mahali, the pro stock there, the S&S 160, he didn't do too well in his first qualifying pass. Let's see if he's got that bike tricked the way he wants it. So let's see if we can see a good time and pass out of him on this one. He knows what he can do. We all know what that bike can do, but it's like everything, isn't it? It's just depends on what happens on the day, you know?
Exactly, yes. A lot of pressure on this particular Australian Drag Racing Championship.
And the nerves do kick in when it gets to some of these type. Have a look at this. Heath Costello, lane 1. Bit of a slow reaction time, but look at that, 8.819, 151.34 mile an hour. Heath Costello just moved up into second place, second fastest bike. Mark Tattingham tipped him down to number 3. Have a look at that.
Gee, Heath has really stepped that up. His crew have stepped that right up for the 9-second bracket now into the 8.8s. That's a great run with 150 miles an hour. Colin Sainsbury, he's still got some gremlins. That didn't go according to plan, that particular pass, but he'll be back.
Good thing is he's doing a lot better than some of the others, and of course I think he might have the bike right where he wants it. 9.597, 139 mile an hour. So Baldy's getting the bike where he wants it. Bit of work, but that's what he likes to see. As Robert Harrison comes past to get ready to do a solo pass down here on lane 1, and just having a look down there on the track in the street cars. Looks like that Dylan Wegsy in the Commodore. He's about coming out to do a bit of a pass on his car as one of the. I love that nice yellow. That's nice yellow.
Beautiful, gorgeous.
You know what? I had a yellow car and I kept getting hit by everyone on the road.
Oh. You'd think they'd see ya.
You'd think that a car that was bright yellow, that no one would hit you, but I had more accidents in a bright yellow car than what I have in any car.
Oh, canary yellow is so obvious to see on the road. You shouldn't be having those accidents. I mean, it's the grey cars, the silver cars, the black cars are harder to see.
Yeah, but no, yeah. Robert Harrison's in full stage in the Suzuki 1300.
Slow reaction time, 0.319.
Don't forget to jump on the Andrew YouTube channel, having a look at that close up and personal. Have a look at that. Robert Harrison just zipped past the screen. If you had a blinked, you would have missed it. 9.588. Sorry, what?
No, unfortunately, that pass was a little bit slower. That was his previous pass, was the 9.582. But yeah, he would have.
Just having a quick. Yeah. Which lane was he in? 2. Oh, he was in 2, wasn't he? 10.430, 144 mile an hour.
Yeah, so not quite his best, but look, if he can only lift, he's not far from. In fact, when you look at 3rd, 4th, and 5th, there's very little in it, just on 1/10 of a second. And I can see Colin Sainsbury, if he can only get his act together, I can see him working his way into 3rd spot.
Well, here we go as we move on to our next lot of cars. Of course, we've got Martin Mirko over in lane 1. Craig McGregor, lane number 2. Oh, yeah. Let's have a look at this. This is going to be interesting. So Martin Mirko in lane 1, NT Electrical Group with the Holden Rodeo. Super sedans, that's correct.
So looking over here in lane 2, folks, you got Martin Mirko. He's wearing number 1 on the side of his car, the Andrew National Champion from last series. So he wears the number 1 throughout the series, and see if he can take it back-to-back throughout the Sportsman Series this year. So number 1 we've mentioned is Martin Mirko. What a tough-looking Rodeo over in lane 2. That is one beautiful piece of machinery for Craig McGregor. We'll check it out. Okay, here we go. Both cars fully staged.
0.13 reaction time from Martin Mirko in lane number 1. Let's have a look and see what his ET is at the end of it. 9.117, 148.48 mile an hour.
But Craig McGregor with an 8.730 at 155 miles an hour. Wow, a poor reaction time of a 0.259 there for Craig. But Marty Mirko, great reaction time, but not quite quick enough across the stripe.
It's going to be interesting to see how racing pans out tomorrow. Rob Evans up next. NT Electrical Group lane number 1 with Mark Busher.
Mark Bushy. Yep, Mark Busher, but known as Bushy in the 1-tonner. The 416 cubic inches of Mumbo Jumbo from Victoria. Young man got across the border just in time to avoid the lockdown. It's great to see.
We are into qualifying session number 3 at the moment. And of course, this is our Super Sedan class. Round qualifying number 3. We're doing well. Qualifying 3.
Yep.
Okay, looking down here on the start line, folks. Rob Evans in lane 1. One of the cleanest hardtops on the planet from South Australia. Looking over in lane 2, we've got Mark Busher from Victoria. He's on board the 1-tonner.
Oh, look at this. Neck and neck, side by side down the drag strip. Rob Evans and Mark Busher. Have a look at these times. 9.144 from Mark in lane number 2. 146.88 mile an hour. Rob Evans in that Chrysler hardtop. The front end got down to the end of the track before the rear end left the start line. 8.88 with a 6. 152.38 miles per hour. Wow.
That's what we love seeing, is the cars go across the stripe at the same time, all the way down the track side by side. You didn't know who was going to win it. Unfortunately for Mark Busher, he did red light, but this is, of course, qualifying for round 3 of qualifying for Super Sedan. Doesn't matter, but he needs to sharpen that up, as we used to say. All red lights will be sharpened up before we get to the eliminations tomorrow.
Gary Baker. Come on, Darwin, let's hear it for Gary Baker.
Oh, well, folks, that's a HR.
A little burnout from one of the Super Sedan cars, that injected blown HR Holden. That car there's been sounding on song all night. Sitting back behind the start line in lane 1 though, George Tipakides from South Australia. We'll check him out on board that tough looking Monaro. Back comes the HR Holden. That is one absolute beast out there for Gary Baker. So, Gary Baker, George Tipakides. This is Northern Territory up alongside South Australia. And running for Super Sedan tonight in the Sportsman Series, brought to you by Summit Racing Equipment. Okay, we'll check it out. Both these cars up here on the start line.
Red light for George Tipakidis in lane number 1. Oh, this will go all the way. Gary Baker, lovely. 8.950 at 152 miles an hour. Beats George Tipakidis with a 10.414 at 132 miles an hour. Great finish.
Just discussing with one of our production guys here, and just saying that if I had have known back a few years back before what I know now, I wouldn't have sold my Tirana. I wouldn't have sold my Cortina. I wouldn't have sold it because I sold it for like stupid amount, like $100 or
Yep.
$200.
Yes.
You can't even buy the hubcap for $200.
I know. I had a beautiful Ford Falcon XD panel van, which I had for 8.5 years. Beautifully done out. Okay, it's only a 250. 350 Holly extractors, the whole thing, 4-speed manuals, absolutely beautiful. But unfortunately, somebody decided they wanted it more than me, and it went missing from a train station in Perth. And never heard of it. But I tell you what, that was an absolute beauty. It was my show car, and I missed that no end. My first car was actually a Holden. Although I'm a Holden man now, my first car was a Holden. Then I basically Fords all my life. Sorry, Wayne, but I turned my back on them and went back to Holdens.
Well,
I know. We all make mistakes, do we?
you do. As I said, I've got control of the button here. Alrighty, here we go. We got Peter Zukos in NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. And Peter's coming out in the Tirana with Alex coming out on lane number 2. The Falcon and the Tirana.
Looks like the Tirana's running away with this one.
He is. Look at that. 8.892. 8.892. 153.04 mile an hour. The Falcon's a little bit too heavy.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. I'm going to go with the weight. The power to weight ratio. That's what that's all about. 9.65 with a 1. 141.36 mile an hour from Alex in Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2. And of course, this is round 1 of the Summer Sportsman Series. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're enjoying tonight's qualifying sessions for a Friday night. Tomorrow night, gates will open at a lovely time of 4 o'clock, I think. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we'll be opening up the gates, and we'll start qualifying session number 5 from 5 p.m.
Can't wait for it, Wayne. Cannot wait for it. Looking forward to tomorrow so much. But we've still got plenty more to come tonight, folks. We're down to modified. We've got Super Street. We've got Super Bike, Junior Dragsters, Super Street again, Modified Bike, Super Sedan, Modified, Top Sportsman, and of course we finish off with the Top Doorslammers. They'll be coming out for their 3rd time today. A little bit later on, about 9:42, everything going according to plan. But gee, what a magnificent night. And folks, I hope you're all absolutely loving it. I hope you're loving the racing. There's so much more to come.
Well, here we go with the open drag. This is what we like to see, the open drags to hear. Dennis Bayliss over there on NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'll just see what he comes up with this one. I'm just trying to find the right hole. Somewhere in here. No, that's not him. Oh, there he is. Dennis Bayliss in the modified class. Of course, that's the altered, the 388 cubic inch altered. Very nice looking car. That's got the engine in front of him.
Yes, indeed. Yes, the local Northern Territorian got the entire track to himself.
Lucky man.
Absolutely.
You still can't go across the line though.
No, definitely not. No. Dennis Baker in the boosted modified.
Mr. Bayliss, let's have a look
Dennis
and see what he
Bayliss.
can do.
388 cubic inches.
He's done his burnout. Let's have a look as he rocks up to the line. We're going into pre-stage eventually.
Be nice if someone could guide him in there, telling him just how far he's got to go.
Just a little bit. There we go. Once they see that, they got 6 inches. Nice.
Oh, what a shame. Oh, what a shame for Dennis. Gee, had a couple of stabs at the accelerator. She's not running well at all. Unfortunately, he has to back it right off around about the 330 feet mark. So he'll just roll across the line with around about a 16-second pass or thereabouts. We're still waiting. A 17.23 at 48 miles an hour. Very disappointing for Dennis Bayliss, and he's still in 4th place there with Bradley Hicks in 1st, Chris Moore in 2nd, Craig Baker in 3rd place, and as I say, Dennis there in 4th.
Well, as we continue on with our modified eliminator class, of course, Craig Baker coming out next in the rear-engine dragster, the 355 cubic inch Victorian. Was that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You can't hold that against him.
No, I was just trying to think if it was the right. Yeah, no, that sounded all right. Didn't sound wrong. Chris Moore coming out as well in the undercover drags for 416 cubes in this vehicle. Have a look at them.
Gotta love the dragsters.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely beautiful dragsters.
alrighty, let's roll them back.
Yeah, only short burnouts, but still.
We got some hand signals.
We do, unfortunately, yes.
We got Craig Baker for some reason flapping his wings about something. I'm not sure if he's not happy with something.
May not be able to find reverse gear, which is a huge disadvantage here to Chris Moore, who will basically have to roll back to the line and just sit stationary there. And yes, that's definitely the end there for Craig Baker. He's getting pushed back manually. Disappointing. So it looks like Chris Moore will have the track to himself, provided he can still have his run.
So I'm not sure, Matt, if you were able to hear or see what happened with that car there with Craig Baker in lane 1.
The car just lost power, actually just stalled. So down here, and they didn't refire it, so they pushed it back behind the start line. So it doesn't sound like anything's gone pear-shaped at all. So they'll live to fight another day.
Alrighty, as we bring out lane number 2, Chris Moore in the Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2. He's rolling up to the pre-stage. It is qualifying session number 4 for these guys. 3. This is the last of their qualifying. The second last of their qualifying session in our modified. There we go, modified class. Street cars coming up next.
And Chris Moore goes through with an 8.2, which is very similar to his previous run of an 8.235. So he'll remain in second place, just behind Bradley Hicks and just in front of Craig Baker, who unfortunately had the car pushed back there and wasn't able to make a pass. So, well, that'll be the end of modifieds. That'll be the end of modifieds. So we'll now move on to the next category, which obviously is the street cars. Great. So we've got the street cars coming out now, followed by street bikes, then the junior dragsters. And when we have the junior dragsters, they run over the 8th mile, so we'll have to make a little bit of a change to the timing system.
Yes, older guys, still got one more modified car to come our way first before we jump into the street cars. So just hold your horses there.
Thanks, Matty. A little bit keener, mate.
Well, at least we can say horses because they do run on horsepower, don't they?
Rightio, so coming up our way at the moment, this beautiful looking dragster about to take on Northern Territory, Darwin's famous quarter mile. And that is one beautiful piece of machinery, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Bradley Hicks over there in lane 1.
I love the gold wheels on the front. The front gold wheels absolutely suit. That is a gorgeous... That's another beautiful livery on that
and,
dragster.
Of course, all the way from South Australia, Bradley Hicks. The car's fairly new. He's only recently got it on the track. And he's raced a few things over his time. And this dragster is his latest incarnation. So, beautiful car put together fairly recently for Bradley Hicks from South Australia.
Let's have a look and see what he does this time. And, of course, he did a 7.45 previously. That's his quickest run at 181.06 mile an hour. So let's have a look and see what he does for this qualifying session.
Good reaction time, 0.095.
Yeah, that's not bad at all.
And got down the quarter mile just beautifully, 7.40, 183 miles per hour. Not a bad time out of Bradley's car, very straight. Just moved the toss of the centre just slightly, but nonetheless, on the power all the way out the back door.
Well, Matt, that actually puts him as number 1 qualifier in this class at the moment, 7.402. Close behind him is Chris Moore with an 8.235.
Nice stuff. So it's good that the competition is nice and close for the qualifiers. So I can't wait to see who ends up in the pointy end tomorrow night.
Oh, it's going to be a very interesting night tomorrow night as we just got holding up the street cars at the moment. Guys are just doing a quick. They've been doing their mopping training over the wet season, and they're doing a fantastic job of the mopping. Guys are doing a great job there with the track preparation.
I must say. Sorry, Wayne, butting in. I must say the track preparation has been first class, and this is basically the ultimate track to prep. It's a beautiful track to start with, but yeah, the track prep is our team is first class. The Northern Territorians and the West Australians combining.
Well, you'll see that guy who's just walking past the Christmas tree now. There, that's John.
Yep.
Say hello to John, Darwin. He's the guy that's been down here all week since Monday. He does more laps of this track than anyone else I know. He's up and down on the sweeper. He gets the sweeper out, he gets the tractor out, he gets the ute out, he VHTs it, he scrubs, he rubs, he scrubs, he rubs and dubs. That guy does a fantastic job. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put their hands together for John. Does a great job as our track prepper, and the rest of his crew. I'm not sure who his minions are, but he does a fantastic job of prepping the track. So let's hear it for John, ladies and gentlemen.
And the gentleman just doing the spraying at the moment is Andrew Sharp from Western Australia. Got on your Sharp, he does a magnificent job. Yeah, the track preparation team we've got here is the best in Australia, absolute first class. You can see by the condition of the track and the preparation and the times the cars are running, it's in beautiful condition.
Well, we've got street cars coming up very shortly, and of course we've got Grant Morga and Tony List coming up next. Now, Grant's he had some issues, remember, during that first qualifying session in the street cars. Now, Tony List, keep an eye on this guy. He's got a beautiful, magnificent-looking Falcon over there, and of course that's the, if I remember rightly, that's the XE.
Yeah, the XE Falcon, indeed. Around about 1983, as I recall. Probably about, I forgot my years.
84.
84, yeah, about 84.
84. Yeah, 84X.
I did own an XD and I forgot what year it was.
Well, I had an XF.
You got 3 hours.
I reckon the XF was one of the. I think the XF was one of the better of the newer Fords back in those days. The XF, because I had a policeman when he pulled me over in Queensland. He wanted to swap cars with me.
Never.
Because he did, because he reckons he had one of the latest cars before they changed.
To make your race car stronger, safer, and faster. The World Speed Shop, SummitRacing.com.
The show may be over, but the motorsport chat continues with Full Course Yellow, the In-Pit Lane After Party. We're on the In-Pit Lane YouTube channel live most Thursday nights at 9:30, straight after In-Pit Lane here on Channel 31. So, why not join us?
There you go, up to 5 run on the last qualifiers here for street bike. Once again, not a bad reaction time. Absolutely, 10.668, that's Scoot. At 134.9 mile an hour, so moving to our qualifying session number 4 for our JD. Just last qualifying session for our Junior Dragsters as we kick into round the qualifying session number 4, folks. Absolutely, the Junior Dragsters run over the 8th mile, so that's we'll just set the track. Yeah, exactly, half track, so we'll just set the timing for that, and then we'll be back down very soon. It's halfway between the finish line and the start line. That's 8 miles. They finish about halfway there. All right, sorry guys, sorry to cut you off there. Just a bit of background for our kids out there in the crowd. Six drags, so for those who are aged between 8 and 16 years of age, so you get in there as an 8-year-old and you start off in the junior drag to ranks, and we've had some many great national champions. Some qualifying to go from junior drags all the way up to the respective categories. And a lot of them started down this way. Benny Bray, of course, you've got Zappia Stick. You've got a lot of kids who started off in junior dragsters and went on to do great things in their bigger body cars. So it's always good to watch the JD. This one here in lane 1 is from South Australia, Cooper Plummer. On board Flaming Aussie, so great to have him out here once again. Awesome stuff from Adelaide. And it looks like only one car. The buy run for the first or last qualifier for the night will be for Cooper Plummer. Just bringing that on board, Matt, as you were saying before, Nathan Coles is one of the guys that stepped up from the junior dragsters and seeing where he's going today. I'll tell you what, this is what is possible in drag racing and in motorsport. It's great to see the young kids moving through. Like you said, 8 to 16. Not a bad start, 0.113 the action. 9.422 at 67.9 mile an hour. As I said, if you have a look down at the left-hand side of the track towards Palmerston Way or Catherine, up the top is the ET, and down the bottom right is the speed, which is in miles per hour. If I had my quick converter, I could tell you what that is in kilometres, but I'm not that good at it. Well, I think kilometres make it. 1K is equivalent to 1.67 something miles per hour or something. Something red there, but yeah, about 1.6 Well, we have got Google, so I'll Google it for tomorrow night. Oh, you've got Google. Google. Yeah. Well, anyway, next out will be Aiden Abel in the lane number 1, Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, and some of the racing equipment will be Brody Zappia. So for both 8 junior dragsters, and their index is 8 lane. Yes. They're both lane their way into line. Just interesting you're mentioning
Able Zappia Racing coming on a little bit later on.
There certainly is, but those reaction times, 0.57 up against a 0.45. That's not even a bee's whisker.
Well, do you know, we actually find the junior dragsters are probably the best reaction times as far as the tree. We find they're the closest. They're the obviously young brains, haven't got all the pressures of life as much as the older ones, but their reaction times first class.
All right, Super Streets coming up now. Qualifying session 4 of our Super Streets. Alan Appleby back out in the Beat the Heat Commodore, that VY Commodore. And, of course, it's the SS 6.2 litre. This is a very strong car, very consistent car. Alan Appleby behind the wheel of this one here tonight. He's up against Sean Boyer. Sean Boyer coming out in the Hilux, the 308 Hilux. Well, this is going to be a very interesting race. Hopefully, Alan won't fall asleep behind the wheel this time, and we'll get a decent reaction time out of him.
Oh, absolutely.
He likes it when I hang a bit of...
Does he really?
Yes, he does, because he can't hear me. But he gets told.
Gee, good launch.
Have a look at this. Great launch from both
this
cars.
Is close all the way.
Side by side down the strip. Have a look at them go. The quickest time, though, Alan Appleby with an 11.175, 11.17 with the 5 at 122.93 mile an hour. I told you this guy can be consistent, and these are the times that Alan Appleby pulls out of his car.
Absolutely. Shane Boyd ever so slightly behind in the Rodeo. Rodeo is probably not aerodynamically designed for the drag step, but gee, isn't it great to see him out here.
The last time I drove a Holden Rodeo, I was pulling a house down.
You're joking.
True. And it did well until the rear diff come off. The whole rear axle and diff come off, and my best mate said to me, you broke it. I went, wasn't me.
What did the homeowner think, you know?
Well, we were actually renovating.
Oh, you had permission, did you?
Yeah, we were renovating. We said, how are we going to pull this wall down? He goes, get me a ute. So we did. We got the ute. We tied the chain around the rear axle and then pulled, and it's like, oh, crap.
And out come the rear axle.
Yeah. That didn't end well that day. Michael Bridges
out. I understand that.
Michael Bridges out in the Chrysler Centura, the 265 cubic inch engine underneath the bonnet of this one, up against Bruce Kim in the VL Commodore.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be another darn good race. Yeah, for Morphet Vales in South Australia, there is Michael Bridges. For Smart Road Auto Wreckers, there in that's a Centura with 265 cubic inches up against the VL Commodore with 5.7 litres. From Howard Springs in Northern Territory.
Hey guys, take a look at the times of Michael Bridges on board the Centura. Michael's last time.
Ooh.
Michael ran 11.78 on his previous run, 11.78, probably two of those. And this one, 11.77. So check out the consistency in Michael Bridges. That car may not be the quickest car out there, but he runs those numbers all day.
And this is where it's going to come down to tomorrow night when we keep an eye on what goes on. It's all about the dial-in times. It's all about that reaction time. He who gets closest to his dial-in and the best reaction time, they're going to take out. It doesn't matter if you're slow, fast, or whatever, but if you're consistent, consistency takes home the pie.
It certainly does. And speaking of consistency, we've got Sarah May Bates coming out in the lane number 2, the Summit Racing Industries lane, up against Glenn Sturkenberg from Western Australia in the the Purple People Eater VR Utility.
You know what, that green HQ is
beautiful.
It's not a fancy livery, but I tell you what, it's a nice green, and it's still a very nicely presented car. You know, it doesn't have anything fancy on it. It's just something about it that really sticks out, and I like how it's presented.
It certainly does. And a great reaction time there by Sarah May Bates with a 0.092 up against Glenn Sturkenberg. Quite sleepy off the line with a 0.378.
But Sarah got to the other end in a time of 10.82 with a 2, 122.9 mile an hour. When Glenn, look at that.
Yeah, 10.562 at 130 miles an hour. Pretty happy with that, but he needs to sharpen up those reaction times. It's no good red lighting, but you want to get as close to the 000s as possible on your reaction times.
Yeah, that's it. But guess what? The Garbellinis are up against each other again.
Well, husband and wife taking on each other. Folks, they drive everywhere going racing, and they actually drive the race car to the track, do the race, and then drive it home. And, so we've got Paul and Lisa Garbellini. We've got... Paul's in the left-hand lane, which is lane number 1, and Lisa is in lane number 2, which is the Summit Racing Industries lane. Lisa's got the 6.2 litre LS3, and of course Paul, the smaller 6 litre LS2.
You probably say it's not about the size, it's how you use it.
Well, not sure which one I'd ask that to.
Oh, here we go. Beautiful start. 0.28 reaction time from Paula. 0.48 from Lisa. Wow, Lisa's still quicker at the moment. Have a look at these times. Lisa gets to the other end in a time of 11.50 with a 2. 11.502 at 117.34 mile an hour.
She's got the bragging rights, hasn't she?
Oh, she
Yes.
has tonight. I tell you, she's been doing
Absolutely.
pretty well tonight.
That slightly larger engine, I don't know, look, Lisa does loads and loads of laps of the Perth Motorplex. We have Formula Tech Performance. We'll pass Wednesday quite regularly, well, in fact, every Wednesday night during season, and she is often out there racing on radials, you name it. That's for WA Performance. It's the Commodore. And, of course, also WA Performance, Paul Garbellini, husband and wife, great racing.
Well, we're coming up with the modified bikes now. We are hooting along tonight. Not only the cars hooting along, we're all hooting along.
Yes, we're on track. We're keeping the time.
Don't
jinx it, Sean.
Don't
jinx it, Sean.
Modified bikes at the moment, so that is looking pretty dang fancy at the moment as we bring our modified bikes back out. And, of course, Baldy Sainsbury. I'm loving the fact that Baldy's back on track. Yeah, qualifying four session we're up to. As Baldy comes out on track, I tell you, I'm very happy with the way Baldy's performing tonight. That bike is doing really well. It's taking him a bit to make these adjustments, but have a look at that. His last pass was a 9:59, 139.17 mile an hour. Baldy does a lot of work on this bike. He's a great rider, great bloke. Does a lot of work down here at the track as well, and it's great to see him perform tonight. The way he's riding this bike and the way this bike's performing tonight is a testament to persistence, which is really good. Heath Costello, he's over here in Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2.
Exactly. You're talking about reaction times. Colin Sainsbury earlier on tonight did a reaction time of a 0.002, almost perfection. So, Colin, keep up the good work, mate. He's actually in 5th so far this after 3 qualifying rounds. And Heath Costello's in 2nd.
The burnout happening over there on lane 1. I love it.
Look at the smoke he's put up the bike. Well done, Baldy.
Get that bike. He was drifting the bike down the side. Love it.
All right, this is modified bike. This is qualifying number 4 for modified bike.
The team and the crew's there, giving him some, you'll be right with that. Yep, you're good with that. Yep. Of course, the final chit chat before they move down to that pre-stage line. As you can see that, don't forget, if you've got friends around, if you're watching us on our YouTube page, of course, which is the Andra YouTube channel, you can see the Christmas tree lighting up right now. Lane 2 in full stage, lane 1 in full stage as the bike's up the revs, the tree lock drops.
Colin Sainsbury.
Fantastic start.
Yeah, Colin Sainsbury, great launch. Looks nice and powerful down the track as he grabs another gear. And he'll go through with a 9.974 at 136 miles an hour. And unfortunately for Heath Costello, he's limping across the line. In fact, he's not even going to make the line. I think he's actually pushing the bike as we speak, just going through the 1,000-foot mark. So disappointing there for Heath. He hasn't had a great outing so far.
Yeah.
But, great news there for Colin Sainsbury.
Not good at all there but Baldy, well done. Baldy's now one of the 5th fastest. Have a look at these times there. Alan Henry with an 8.68. Heath Costello, 8.81. Then we go Mark Tattingham, 9.47. Rob Harrison, 9.58. And then Baldy, 9.59. Have a look at that. Top 5 bikes, all within 1 second of each other.
Isn't that amazing? And, Heath really did step that up from his previous passes. Now finds himself in 2nd position. Yeah, very good pass. Very close battle here for modified bike. And that was qualifying number 4. And I think we're about to move on our next. No, we've still got a couple more modified bikes to come forward. I think we're just waiting. Oh, of course, we're waiting for Heath Costello to exit the track. He's just crossed the finish line, so he's probably got about another 500 metres of pushing the bike.
Just quickly, guys, while that gentleman's pushing his bike down lane 2, I'm going to go and throw some lollipops this time. Last time tonight, kids. Lollipops. These ones have got sticks hanging out the end, so watch out for your eyeballs. We could have an impaled lollipop.
Oh, nothing worse than an impaled lollipop, I tell you. That can be quite painful, impaling with a lollipop.
Yeah?
I'll tell them to close their eyes and wait till they hit the ground, but they probably won't do that.
All right, we've still got the modified bike happening. We got Al Henry coming out next for his final pass on the Auto Smart ePrint Cyclone motorcycle Suzuki Hayabusa. Say that in one go without having to take a breath.
You did very well, Wayne. Very, very well indeed.
Well, Al Henry, the quickest on the modified bikes at the moment with an 8.681, 152.38. Close your eyes, kids. Those lollipops could hurt. Well, the stick could anyway. There we go.
Oh, going up for the big mark there.
That's it.
Going up for the big hanger.
Do a Peter Dacos. Come on, nice and high.
Oh, the kids are well behaved. At least they're not fighting each other for them.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yep, cool. Big over again. Great to see the crowd still hanging around. Hi, guys. Darwin, you having a good night tonight? Yeah? We can't hear you in here. Are they having a good night or what, Matt? I think so. He's too busy.
Certainly are. He's king of the kids.
As we said, don't forget, if you see a camera come past or if someone takes a photo, we've got a couple of photographers down here. We've got B. Stotty, Brad Stott from B. Stotty Media. He's taking some photos and doing some filming. We've got Craig Radcliffe from Craig Radcliffe Action Sport Photography, who does a fair bit of photos and stuff for the Andrew Drag Racing magazine. And, of course, the guys from... I'm getting to you. The guy putting his hands out. Ed Foreman. And that's Mike O'Neill. Hi, Mike. That's Mike O'Neill there, of course, from High RPM. And yes, I can see him over there as well. Where are you? Hi, Ed. Ed Foreman. He's over there at the other end by the start line there. Yeah, he's too busy talking. Thank you, Mike. That's Mike O'Neill. These guys, these are our regular photographers who do a fantastic job. They post up our photos on our Hidden Valley Drag Facebook page, and of course, you'll see a lot of their photos throughout the Andrew Racing magazines and all sorts of stuff. And it's great to have these guys on board. They volunteer their time, and they come down and take photos. They love taking photos. Hey, Craig. Craig Radcliffe Action Sport Photography. He does a lot of... nice light. There we go. He does a lot of sport as well. He does action sport. So he does the stuff. He does like Muay Thai fighting. He does boxing. He does motorsports. He does... Is there anything else I've missed out? Yeah, he says. Love it. But thanks, look, to all our volunteers, our photographers, everyone who comes down to make drag racing the sport that it is, to get it out there. Big thanks to our production team who's in here as well, who we've been hanging a bit of stuff on him as well.
Bit of carry on, yeah, exactly.
These guys are doing well. Yep. I love the way I'll get to see 6 screens and sort of figure out where the hell I am and then blink twice and think, oh, look, there we are. So good on you guys. You do a fantastic job. Keep up the good work. That's a motorbike. You realise that? That's a motorbike. It's got 2 wheels.
And speaking of photographers, a big hello to Phil Lure back in Perth. Phil Lure from High Octane Photos does a magnificent job back in Perth, and along with all the beautiful photos taken here from Hidden Valley.
His name's Alan
photographers
Henry.
do a magnificent job capturing the moment and bringing the sport to us.
I'm giving poor Stuart a bit of a hard time next to me here. I said that was 2 bikes and 1 bike, 2 wheels, and that's Alan.
Exactly. Yes, 2 wheels means cycle.
Does too. Look at that. Hits that limiter. He's got full throttle on the bike at the moment. He's ready to roll. He's in full stage. Let him go. Nice. 0.55 reaction time. Al Henry, the Suzuki Hayabusa 1300. 1.3 to the 60. Gets down to the other end of the track at a time of 8.67. 8.677 at 151.89 miles an hour. 8.677. Wow, he's done better.
Alan's just getting faster and faster as the night progresses.
See what happens when you give some of the riders a hard time and they do better.
Absolutely. He grabbed 5th gear just as he crossed the line there. Beautiful riding there, Alan Henry. He moves to 1st place, and Heath Costello, who put in a magnificent pass just a minute ago with an 8.819. He's in 2nd place with Mark Tattingham in 3rd. And as you said, Wayne, there's very little... Look, there's less than 1 second between 1st and 5th. Magnificent riding.
Well, I think the kids had a great time over the fence tonight. That's the end of the lolly bags for tonight. So there'll be another 3 bags for tomorrow as well. So if you are coming back out tomorrow, we'll ditch some more over the fence tomorrow night as well. So kids, thank you very much for having some fun out there tonight with me. And take it easy. Enjoy the rest of your night. And we are continuing down here on the track with our bike bracket.
That's Gordon Crawford, by the way. I thought you were trying to wind it up and ready to go home. You can't go home yet, Matt. We've still got plenty to go. This is Gordon Crawford. He's on the Yamaha R1. You know what they call these bikes, don't you? No, it's not.
They've actually just changed the spring
plan
on us, yeah. So we've got Dean Hersey there in lane 1 and Mark Taddingham, who's in third place. He's in lane 2, which is the Summit Racing Equipment lane.
These timing people like to keep us commentators
They
on our
have been
toes.
doing. In fact, this could be a solo pass because just the one rider, Mark Taddingham, is in stage. No. They're just keeping us guessing. Here goes Dean Hersey.
I do have to say a big thank you to Deb Turner. Deb Turner, who is our chief timing chick down the other end there. Good on you, Deb. She does a fantastic job, and she's got a minion with her as well, who she's teaching how to use the timing system. Very antiquated timing system we have over the other side there, and she does a fantastic job. So big thanks to Deb Turner. Dean Hersey, 0.75 reaction time, 9.98 with a 4 at 143.44 miles per hour. Whoa, love it.
Indeed, yeah. Not quite up to Mark's first run, but darn close to it. Very, very close. Still in third place, and Dean Hersey, well, geez, catching right up. In actual fact, we now have from third to sixth, less than 5 tenths of a second in it. So it's very, very close racing.
So the only person now who's got to step up to the post there is Gary Flatt, and I know he can do it. He's just obviously having some issues with his bike tonight. I'm really hoping to see him bring that bike onto the track. Robert Harrison's back out at Summit Racing Equipment, lane number 2 with Jeff Sonnet in lane 1.
Yeah, modified bike.
Oh, we haven't seen a pass from Jeff Sonnet yet tonight. He's been one of those guys who, unfortunately, has been plagued with some issues tonight. So let's see if Jeff Sonnet can give us a pass.
Yeah, that's quite funny you should say that. We've got, 14 competitors, and we've only had 7 passes, or 7 have actually stepped up and played at this stage. But yeah, this is Jeff Sonnet in lane number 1 up against Robert Harrison, who is currently in 4th position.
He's actually on the burnout. Sorry, Sean, but he's actually still on the burnout pad at the moment.
Yeah,
Robert Harrison hasn't moved up. Oh, here we go.
He's just doing a thorough burnout. And Jeff Sonnet just getting the hold up. The steward just saying, just hang on, wait for Robert to come into the picture. Just a nice burnout in the water box. Steps forward. A very patient Jeff Sonnet at the moment in the Northern Territory Electoral Services lane.
Looking pretty good as the guys roll up to the line there. There we go. Here comes Robert Harrison as he walks the bike up to the start line there, and of course we're getting ready to go into the stage. Pre-stage, the 2 top lights mean pre-stage. That means, come on guys, I'm ready to roll. Then all of a sudden you'll see the second row of lights come on. That means full stage. As soon as the first bike goes into that, there's 20 seconds. Then the lights drop and then they go racing. Robert Harrison, 2:14 reaction time.
The 1-horse race.
Jeff Sonnet still having some issues with his bike.
A 9.745 at 146 miles an hour. Great effort, Robert Harrison. But yeah, really unrepresentative time there from Jeff Sonnet. The bike just didn't get off the line. It was a second and a half before he got going. It's look, at least he's put a time up there. It's his first effective pass for the day with a 16.693. Very disappointing. But Robert Harrison getting faster and faster as the day progresses.
Okay, as we start moving into our super sedans, we'll go super sedans, modifieds, top sportsman, tractor pass, and then top Doorslammers.
Exactly. The John Deere Classics, yep.
I do have something for that.
Ah, you do?
I do.
Right.
Now, people won't be able to hear it on the net, but the crowd will. Oh, look at this cry.
Isn't this gorgeous?
Folks out there in the control tower, things are starting to hot up down here beyond the start line. Super Sedan firing up at the moment, so quite a few tough cars out here in the Super Sedan bracket here tonight. And we've seen some pretty competitive times out of these cars as well, so it's going to come down tomorrow to nice lights as well as consistent driving, as always. And it's quite a nice little field of cars. And I can't wait to see how that all turns out. We may have an issue down the bottom of the track. Oh, no, we're all good. No, we're all good. So just firing it back up again. And the first couple of cabs off the ring is going to be Renee Cockerell over in lane 1 on board our Mustang from Adelaide. And who have we got over there in lane 2, guys?
Martin?
Yeah, Marty Murko from Western Australia.
love that burn. Here we go. Nice little, cute little burnout.
Yeah, cute little side-by-side burnouts. Absolutely brilliant, yeah. Not a lot of turnover. I mean, not a lot of time between their last outing. The Super Sedans did their last pass about 40 minutes ago. So very quick turnover here tonight between the Super Sedans. And this will be the Super Sedans. This will be qualifying number 4 with Marty Mirko in the Summit Racing Equipment lane. It's lane number 2. And, of course, Rene Cockerell in the Northern Territory Electrical Service lane, which is lane number 1. And away they go.
It's the Mustang up against the Camaro. Look at those reaction times. 0.21 from Rene, 0.23 from Martin Mirko. That is a very close reaction time. Have a look at that. Rene Cockerell, 9.08 with a 3. 9.08 with a 3. 149.78 miles per hour.
Oh, Rene be so happy with that to actually beat Marty Mirko, who's the number 1 national champion for Super Sedan. She'll be absolutely loving that.
You got new, I beat you.
Absolutely, with a 9 flat at 149 miles an hour.
But he'd probably say it only counts if it's racing, not qualifying.
Oh, yeah, fair enough. It's very similar reaction times. 0.21 compared
wow.
to 0.23.
And have a look. Have a look at the times as they go down the track.
Oh, the incrementals, yes.
The incrementals, look at that. It's only like 200ths,
Look at half track. So close at half track.
Half track, 817, 828.
Yeah, 2/100ths of a second. I mean, 1/100th of a second, sorry, Wayne. That's amazing.
All right, the next 2 cars, we've got Alex and Craig McGregor coming up next. I can't even pronounce Alex's last name, so I'm not even going to try.
Croydus.
Yep, good on you.
Alex Croydus up against Craig McGregor.
It's always a challenge for last names, and I'm notorious for mispronouncing. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm just as bad, mate.
Mispronouncing names. There we go. All right, let's have a look as Alex and Craig make their way down the track. Qualifying session number 4.
Gee.
Where's Craig? Oh, there he is.
That was fun.
I think he was picking up his Maccas at the drive-through before he went down.
Exactly. Terrible reaction time there from Craig McGregor. The 2.917 goes through with an 11.025 at 86 miles an hour. So that was very slow across the stripe. He's backed it right out. But getting a red light a little bit too quick was Alex Croydus. But with a 9.669.
Some of these red lights, Sean, have been very close to the triple O's.
Yes.
But that's, so hopefully, as we said before, hopefully they'll get a bit closer to the other side of the zeros.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the hardest things to do is cut a good light.
All right, Desmond Jeffrey over here, Summit Racing, lane number 2 with the Tiranas back in NT Electrical Group, lane number 1, Peter Zakos.
Yep, Peter Zakos. He's actually in 2nd place so far. And, of course, Desmond Jeffrey is in 10th place.
That's the LH Tirana over the other side there on the track.
Yep.
They were a good model. The L8, the LH, the LX.
Yes,
they were good cars.
SLR 5000s. Just loved an SLR 5000. Always wanted one.
Did you?
Okay, as you guys probably mentioned earlier on, we have got Peter Sakis down here this time around from South Australia on board this beautiful black and green Tirana, up alongside a very impressive candy apple red utility. Man, that is one awesome piece of machinery. Great to see Des Jeffrey from Victoria over here, or up here in Northern Territory. So, Victoria alongside South Australia for Super Sedan. And both cars sitting pre-stage.
Peter Zakos again, a red light. Gee, they're all trying so hard to be the best they can be, and it's an 8.917, 153 miles an hour there for Peter in lane number 1, up against Desmond Jeffrey. Good reaction time of a 0.076. He's gone through with a 10.496 at 128 kilometres per hour. So miles an hour. Get that right, Sean. It is miles an hour. So yes. So at this stage, it'll be George. Next one is George Tipakoutis. He's 9th place so far. His best time is a 10.015. Up against Mark Busher in lane number 1. His best time is a 9.144.
Well, they're not slouching tonight. They're doing what they can to get some really good times in. And you all you got to do is look at the times. They're getting very good quick times, so they're not slouching.
No, not at all.
Which is a good thing. So qualifying is always something that's it's one of those things that
Yeah, it's so hard to do, to be constantly cutting an accurate a tree. It's so hard to do. And the racers say it's something it's make or break for them, really. You can win or lose a race based on your action times.
Right, let's have a look as Mark Busher makes his way down the track in the MB Performance Engines Holden 1 tonner. A 003 reaction time. We've seen two of those here tonight. 003 reaction time. 9.19 with a 3. 9.19 with a 3 at 147.52 mile an hour.
Gee, that was a good run. It looked to me like George Tipper-Curtis in lane number 2 got a little bit close to the wall, but nonetheless.
Matt's over there in the... how's it going over there, Matt? You feeling a bit left out?
No. I'm just out here enjoying the drag racing and getting all the sights, sounds and smells of it, and watching Rob Evans start this beautiful Valiant hardtop. And he'll bring the car into stage once again.
I never thought a Valiant could actually do that.
Being the Sportsman Series, these guys have got to travel to get points. So coming up to Darwin, then back down to wherever they got to go next, and over to Perth, and then Victoria, and back to Perth, and up to wherever, down to Alice Springs next weekend. They've got to cover the miles to gather the points for the Sportsman Series. So it's great to see all these world-weary travellers making their way around the country.
Absolutely.
Supporting drag racing.
Couldn't agree with you more there.
Living the dream.
Oh, look at that. Not a bad reaction time. 0.48 second reaction time there. 1.3 to the 60. 5.7 to the halfway mark. 8.90 with the 6. 8.90 with the 6 at 152.88 mile an hour to finish off the pass. You know what? I was just saying before, it's always good to see the smoke come out of the rear end of a Chrysler as opposed to the bonnet.
Oh, you're being nasty.
No. Well, a lot of the Chryslers I've seen, the smoke's come out of the front end as opposed to the back end.
Yes, fair enough.
Bit like the Leyland P76.
Oh, now that's one. We've got one that races over in Perth there, and it's we say that when they race in Perth, it's basically the car club getting together, because there's only 2 P76s in Perth.
There's only 2 P76 left in the world.
Well, they're both in Perth, I can assure you, yeah. They're a bit of a dud of a car at the time, I remember, but look, I bet you they're worth a fortune nowadays, a P76 in good condition.
Wouldn't surprise me, actually.
Yeah,
So
it wouldn't surprise me at all.
not a bad pass there from Rob Evans to the Chrysler hardtop. The 394 cubic inches and 8.906 second pass. Well done to Rob Evans. I think we're going to see some. He's the sixth fastest in his class tonight in the qualifying. Still have one qualifying session remaining. So we still have one qualifying session remaining, and that's tomorrow. That'll be kicking off from 5 o'clock. Gates will be opening at, don't quote me, but around about 4. I'll probably don't lynch me if I get that wrong, but gates opening around about 4. So starting at 5, qualifying session will be going from 5, and then we'll finish that qualifying session at around about 5:30. We'll take a short break. We'll feed and water our officials, and then 6 o'clock we'll start all the official business and get our top Doorslammers on track at 6:30 p.m. for a night's worth of 4 to 5 rounds of racing. Looking forward to it.
Oh, absolutely. You can imagine without the local Darwin people having to work that day. Hopefully Saturday's your day off. We get a thumping crowd here yet again. Magnificent for round 1 of the Australian Drag Racing Championship here at Hidden Valley. Beautiful Darwin.
I'm going to attempt to sleep in tomorrow as Dennis Bayliss makes his way up to the line. I'm going to do an Alan Appleby and fall asleep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he did that in the second pass.
Yeah, not while you're driving here, hopefully.
No, not at all. I'm going to sleep in. Yeah. Dennis Bayliss in the Kirby's Trophies Pro-Grind NT altered. And, of course, Dennis Bayliss, one of the earlier on to 4th quickest. So there's only 4 of them out there. He had some issues with his pass, so he did a 17 second. I'm hoping that we'll see a decent time come out of him. Hopefully he's got the car sorted. There's 4 cars in this class. We've got Craig Baker, Bradley Hicks, Dennis Bayliss, and of course Christopher Moore. So the 4 dragsters, the big long ones with engines in the front and engines in the rear. This one's got the engine in the front.
Exactly, the little altered but stunning little piece of equipment she is.
Certainly is. Qualifying session number 4 for our modified class. You can see the steam, the heat coming off the front end of that engine. Doesn't take long to get those things hot.
Oh
does
no,
it?
not at all.
But you don't want to. You don't want to sit there. You don't want to sit near that line for very long, idling, because it just heats the car up too much. As the lights drop, he's gone. Have a look at that. 318 reaction time as he makes his way down to the 60-foot mark. 1.249. Then he does a 4.9 to the 660, and then 7.631. That sticks him second fastest on the track here with this class of cars. 7.631 at 179.23 mile an hour. That's where we normally see Dennis Bayliss on the track.
Absolutely, but Wayne, I reckon there's still a bit more in the car. I thought he had a stab at the accelerator maybe once, maybe twice early on in the run. I think there's still more to come there for Dennis.
I think it might be right. Bradley Hicks, 7.402. He's the fastest at the qualifying with this class at the moment with our modified eliminators. Dennis Bayliss at the moment, 7.631. Chris Moore with an 8.235 and Craig Baker, 10.973.
Yeah, Craig's really got to do some work here. He's been well off the pace. And look, he's a 10.973 is his best so far. Only 74 miles an hour, so he's got a lot of work to do. And he'll be coming up in the Summit Racing Equipment lane here in lane number 2. We're just having a little bit of a look at the track, and we just looks like a little bit of preparation. So here he comes. Coming forward now is Craig Baker, car number 609, the dragster itself. Beautiful dragster. Another beautifully presented car from Gowanbray in Victoria. Haven't heard of that country town, Gowanbray in Victoria. The Paul Rogers Performance, the Paul Rogers Performance dragster.
Best part of Victoria that's not locked down yet.
Yeah, it's not locked down yet.
So
And
I've got to admit something. We're giving the guys a bit of stick, that some of the drivers, and of course everything. We're getting a little bit of stick back on social media as well, I believe. There's been some nice little comments. They're enjoying the show, and we'll have a look at that later on tomorrow as well. So we can. Don't forget, if you're listening to us and watching us on our YouTube channel, and of course feel free to switch back on tomorrow. We'll be kicking off at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time or Northern Territory time, Darwin time, 5 o'clock Darwin time, whatever that is.
30 minutes later than the Victorians, I think.
I think we're the same time as South Australia at the moment. Oh, look at that, 007 reaction time, Craig Baker.
Mr. Bond himself.
Well, we've had 2 James Bonds tonight.
Yes, indeed, yes. And he goes through...
Oh, look,
Couldn't be.
look at these times.
Couldn't be.
4 cars we've got, right? Bradley Hicks, 7.40. Dennis Bayliss, 7.63. Chris Moore, 8.23. Craig Baker, 8.71.
Yes.
I reckon... Tomorrow is going to be very exciting when we start racing and we start racing for sheep stations.
Yes, Craig Baker will tune that car up overnight, and he'll he can be right up there. Great category, top sportsman, really good category. Just 4 competitors, but it's right on for young and old. Sorry, that was actually modified.
We're going to our top sportsman.
Yeah, we've now moved on to top sportsman. We've got Corey Reid coming out in lane number 1, the Northern Territory Electrical Services lane, and the Summit Racing Equipment, Leon Davies. Now, Leon Davies probably didn't perform too well very early on. Well, I say didn't perform too well. He didn't go very well at all for him.
Boys and girls, as we move on into top sportsman down here on the track. Man, tough burnout from the Slape Crash Repairs entry. And the TSAA EF Falcon over here in lane 1. That is one tough piece of machinery for Corey Reid from South Australia. And going back over to lane 2, entry number 50537. And that's a beautiful little car there for Leon Davies, also from South Australia. So great to see these guys up here chasing some points and running for top sportsman, which is basically a bit of a breakaway from Super Sedan. The fastest cars in Super Sedan are now top sportsmen, so they break the bracket up a little bit and now run TS. So here we go, Slape Crash Repairs over in lane 2, and we have got the Fuel Tech entry, also from South Australia, over here in lane 1. We'll check it out. These guys racing for top sportsmen in the Sportsman Series.
All right, as the guys start to make their way up, both cars are in full stage. The revs come up, the lights drop. Leon Davies, a 0.35 reaction time, 1.197 to the 60-foot mark. Have a look at the time from Leon Davies all the way from Port Lincoln in South Australia. The Camaro does an 8.104 at 167.97 miles an hour.
Oh, so much was in the reaction time, but not enough.
Yeah.
Still Leon Davies, that's his best pass by far today for the South Australia Port Lincoln. It's a 8.10, magnificent, 167 miles per hour.
And have a look at Corey Reed in the XF Falcon there. 3.44 reaction time. He gets 1.5 to the 60-foot mark, 5.8 seconds to the halfway mark, but then does the ET 8.786. He was starting to, I'm not sure if he was starting to speed up or slow down there. 8.786 at 161.21 miles per hour as we continue on with Todd Knight and Ashley Smith coming up next.
Yeah, Todd
Okay,
Knight.
folks, here we are moving on with more of our top sportsman entries. I do love this beautiful Pontiac Grand Am. That is one beautifully presented car over here in lane 1 from the Northern Territory. Great to see out there for Todd Knight. And going over to the earlier 1960s Camaro, that is one beautiful piece of machinery once again for Ashley Smith, also from Northern Territory. So 2 Northern Territorians in 2 beautifully presented cars out here for top sportsmen tonight. And folks, as we can see here, the smoke above the track just drifting ever so slightly down the track. So if there's any slight breeze out here, it's giving the drivers a little bit of a hand. But as you can see, it is pretty still up here, and they're not getting much assistance from the wind at all.
Alrighty, as the guys make their way up to the staging lines, pre-stage. This is when all the psychological stuff happens. There we go. Pre-stage of both tracks, lanes. I mean, full stage in both lanes as the lights drop.
Oh, look at Todd Knight.
Tell you what, he's not pulling back. 6.670. 6.670 at a 206.2 miles per hour. Todd Knight in the Peckish Performance Darwin Pontiac Grand Am. 632 cubes of engine underneath the bonnet. Does it in a time of 6.670. 206.2 miles per hour.
And that's his fastest pass
moving
for the
back
night.
to the next pair of cars coming our way. Both these cars from South Australia. Over first of all in lane 2 is Vlado Tiric. He's got the 200 SX, the Nissan. A beautiful car set up for drag racing just perfectly, but I love the Pontiac of Kevin McIver over in lane 1.
Nice looking Nissan, that one.
Yeah, the American body shapes just look absolutely amazing. The City Concrete entry, the black, white and red paint job on board the Pontiac is absolutely top notch. But both these guys here from South Australia, and tomorrow night there's only going to be one winner. Will it be from South Australia? Will it be from Northern Territory, Western Australia or Victoria? They are all represented in top sportsmen.
That is one good thing about this class here this weekend. And of course, the top sportsmen, as you said, Northern Territory, Western Australia, South Australia and Victoria. All we need is New South Wales and Queensland.
No, they can keep it to themselves. But yeah, Vlado Tiric just 4 100ths of a second quicker than Kevin McIver so far in their quickest pass of the night.
Welcome to those who are watching us on YouTube and, of course, on our social media channel. There's plenty of comments coming through. Want to say a big hello and welcome to everyone who's watching us this evening. And, of course, sending us some... I can't go any further. And some remarks, which is great to see. Of course, the interaction is great. And we'll interact with you a lot closer tomorrow night because we'll just move things around a little bit.
We'll take a look at those times up there, boys. 7.96 and a 7.92, both 170 miles per hour. They would have been just a coat of paint on the bumper over the finish line.
Absolutely. That was a great pass.
Very good. 004. So we're getting close to the 000s, which is really good to see. Solo pass coming up next with Kim Fidella. And, of course, Kim is all the way from...
Western Australia.
Western Australia.
Yep.
The Western Australian invasion. Love it.
I think we've got 14 South Australians here today and 10 from Western Australia.
That's great. That's good.
Great effort. Yeah, really good.
Ooh, nice sideways
yes.
there.
The ED Falcon.
Yep. Brakes work.
Yeah.
Nice. Have a look at that card. Nicely presented. Of course, it's going to be very hard. One of the competitions that we've got running, I guess it's a competition. One of the competitions we got running, and of course will be presented tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, is Best Presented Car. And I'll tell you what, I am glad that I am not a judge.
Oh, yeah, too
with
right.
this one, because it's going to be very, very difficult to judge the best looking car. And I'll tell you what, whoever wins it, it'll be a testament to what you do to your car, how you clean it, how you do this, and how you present it. And of course, good luck to everyone who's brought their cars down for this weekend. As you said, we've got WA, South Australia, and Victoria. Have I missed anyone? South Australia,
Don't forget the Northern Territory.
and us up here in the top end.
Yep.
Great contingent of cars. We've got over 75 cars. I just did a quick count before. Over 75 cars, and I tell you, we are looking forward to a fantastic weekend as we starting to draw closer to the end of our qualifying night, first night of round number 1 of what is the Summit Sportsman Series. Of course, round 1 with 6 rounds.
Kim Fardella grabs 5th and goes through with an 8.7 flat at 157 miles an hour. Well, that's darn good. That his best one prior was a 8.706. So, yeah, they're very, very consistent. In fact, that's his fastest.
And you've got to realise that car of Fardella's only runs a 310 cubic inch engine. That is a baby. And high revving. That thing there is revving very high as he makes his way down the track with only just over 300 cubes, and runs the 870 at 157 miles per hour. Well, boys and girls, we're doing a bit of track prep here this time around.
Well, see, it's not about the size, Matt. It's not about the size, Matt. It's how you use it.
Oh, gee.
What's wrong with that?
No, nothing
It's
at all.
true.
No.
Hey, folks, we got one more bracket left to go tonight. We're doing a bit of track prep here for the Doorslammers to come out for one more pass to finish off our night and take us into Saturday. So Doorslammers coming your way. So if you are leaving now, you're going to miss out on the DSs for the last time here tonight. And we'll see which cars are going to come our way. Some of them have yet to qualify high up the order. I'm pretty sure they can rearrange themselves in our qualifying order so far. And we'll check it out, the cars that make their way out to the track very shortly.
Racing is not a one-person sport. It's a team effort made up of friends, family, and Summit Racing equipment. We've got the track-proven parts and tools, plus unbeatable customer service and expert technical advice, along with same-day shipping. Summit Racing, your trusted teammate for all things race car. SummitRacing.com.
The most powerful tool in your toolbox is the Summit Racing app. Get quick, easy access to Summit Racing 24/7. The Summit Racing mobile app offers one-touch shopping, so you get the parts you need fast. Build your shopping list, research parts, check your order status, and connect with us on social media, on your couch, in your garage, or at the track. Summit Racing's mobile app, available now for your Android or Apple device. The most powerful tool in your toolbox.
Hey, look them up, summitracing.com. If you want some Go Fast goodies or some other flash bits for your cars, look them up, summitracing.com. They are bringing you the Summit Sportsman Series, which tours Australia. Great stuff. Also, a big thank you goes to Crow Cams Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory. So it's wonderful to see the government up here, whether it's Northern Territory major events or whether it's Tourism Northern Territory. It's so good to see the government getting behind these events and helping them to be run. So take nothing away, of course, from everybody else who puts their hand in their pocket to get these events off the ground, all the sponsors that help out the drivers. A lot of money is laid on the table to get these events off the ground. And I must also thank especially In Pit Lane for providing the production facilities and the live and free streaming from the 2021 Top End Nationals. And a big thank you goes to Calder Park Drag Racing and RMI TV Student Television. So thanks to each and every one of those guys and girls, and also our volunteers and officials here this weekend.
Oh, here we go. This is going out to all those guys who love the tractors. There's a 0.86 reaction time off the line. 5.883. 5.883.
That looks strong. Really strong, Wayne.
251.63 miles an hour. It's moved him up into third quickest so far, dropping Matt Abel down to fourth fastest with a 5.916. Have a look at these times. The top four, 5.7, 5.8, 5.8, 5.9 and 6.1 are your top 5 cars here this evening in our first 4 qualifying sessions for the night. Andrew Sutton, all the way from Alice Springs, is a 6.1. Matt Abel, 5.916. And as we said, Kelvin Lyle, 5.883, just moving up from 4th to 3rd fastest so far.
Oh, the Lyle team be very happy with that run. Kelvin carried the front wheels of probably about 60 feet there before plonking him down. Nice, solid drive. A 5.88, as you said, Wayne. But, yeah, look, he'll be looking to step that up even further. I know he's keen to get in the 5.7s, but he's, look, you've got to be very happy with that. Very, very happy. And as you say, moved up to 3rd position.
Welcome back to those who are watching us here on YouTube here this evening. Having a quick look, we've got the chat station coming up as well. Welcome to those who are listening to us and looking at us. Yeah, we got sound now, Mad Cow Mark. He was saying there was no sound with us because we went off for a little bit because we were track prepping. We didn't want you to hear a brrr of a tractor. That's right. Hey, John Deere's, they reckon they sound like Harley Davidsons. Matt Abel, he's back. Matt Abel, lane 1. NT Electrical Group, lane number 1. There's a lovely picture of a man with a mop. Fortunately, that one's not going to air.
And Robin Taylor in lane number 2. Robin Taylor, one of the best presented cars, I believe, out in the circuit here today. Absolutely gorgeous.
Certainly is. Have a look at, if you're watching us on YouTube, the beautiful, there's our mopper. There's Dave Denner, one of our moppers. And then, of course, as we back the cars up to the staging line, there's Matt Abel in the foreground in the black Chev. And have a look at that gorgeous-looking purple one.
Yeah, Robin Taylor.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. Both cars just creeping up into pre-stage.
Let's have a look and see how we go. As
Just
we
waiting to get
yeah.
Yep. Okay, both in pre-stage. Full stage. Robin Taylor's got an issue. So is Matty Abel.
Matty Abel's braked it as well,
Yeah.
then halfway down the track. Let's have a look at the time here. Matt Abel with a 003 reaction time. That's the second time. That's actually around about the third 003 here tonight. Matt Abel, 003 reaction time, 7.620. 122.87 mile an hour, still leaves him in fourth quickest for the night tonight. And then, of course, Robin Taylor, some big issues there as we get halfway down the track and backs it right off. 10.204.
Yeah, you won't be happy with that. Only 75 miles per hour. At 7.620, also not very good for Matty Abel. And, yeah, Matty just being the hometown favourite. You want him to lift a little bit more. Not doing too well, but his best time leaves him in 4th position with a 5.916 at 254 miles per hour.
Okay, welcome to those who are listening to us and watching us on YouTube. And, of course, we do have... apparently we do. Yep, we do have the sound back on, so we have turned it on. We've got Scotty White saying, go Matty Abel. And then, of course, we've got Homer Simpson. On your Homer. Go Marty. Obviously must be a South Australian.
Absolutely. And a big hello to all our friends around the world watching us on YouTube. Hope you're loving the action here from Hidden Valley in Darwin, Northern Territory. This is magnificent. Great night here. Approximately 25 degrees at the moment. She's come down a little bit. Still a bit humid, but beautiful weather in Northern Territory. Where else would you be?
Okay, boys, these cars are firing up down here behind the start line once again. As we bring the next player forward over here towards the start line, Daniel Gregorini on board the 68 Camaro from Western Australia over here in lane 1.
Yeah, Daniel.
Here we go. Yep. Here he comes.
Daniel Gregorini in 2nd position.
Last of our qualifying rounds here this evening.
And looking over there in lane 2, Bronte Henning from Northern Territory on board the Corvette. So Western Australia and Northern Territory out here on the track in the 3rd qualifier for top Doorslammer. And we've seen some awesome times as they pilot these cars down the track. and see if they can rearrange the qualifying order. They've done a bit of rearranging so far, so some of these cars have moved up the qualifying order we've seen in round 3 here tonight. And there's 4 more cars left to go. So have a look towards the start line, folks.
Well, if you're watching us on YouTube, you can see the start line. Have a look at that as the cars make their way. They back up into the staging area.
Huge burnout by Daniel Gregorini, right down to half track. And he reversed it back pretty quick. He's probably breaking the speed limit coming backwards too.
Tell you what, have a look at that. And tell you what, some of the top presented cars here tonight, they are looking simply awesome here tonight.
Absolutely, yep. My vote so far goes for Robin Taylor, but I'm happy to be challenged on that.
Well, let's have a look. We're looking at some of these times. 5.7 from Mr. John. As Daniel Gregorini heads in lane number 1. And Bronte stops at...
Oh, the boys are on song tonight. Gee,
and
Daniel...
check it out there, 583, 255 miles per hour. What does that do to his times in the qualifying order there, guys?
That moved him up to number 2.
Nice one.
I think.
Beautiful stuff. Cruised on up to number 2 spot just like that. Thank you very much.
It looks like it.
Unfortunately for Bronte Henning, the car's come to a complete stop. What about 100 feet down from the start line? Very disappointing. And the crew very slowly walking down there to give it a bit of a push back. This is going to make a little bit of a delay, unfortunately, I think, with the Henning car stuck down there. But what a great pass by Daniel Gregorini. A 5.830 at 255 miles an hour. So, in actual fact, his terminal speed is the fastest so far. Yeah, he's in second place, just behind the one and only John Zappia. Kelvin on third place, sorry.
Just having a quick look here on the YouTube channel at the moment. The guys are having a quick look. They got their mops handy there, but I'm just having a look to see if there's any dribbles. Doesn't look like there's anything that's a major... No, it doesn't look like there's any dribbles, which is good. That's a good start there for the Bronte Henning car over here on which is in the Summit Racing Equipment lane number 2. It's a disappointment for Bronte. So I tell you what though, but pushing, and like we were saying earlier on there, Matt, that pass from Daniel Gregorini, 5.830 at 255.92 miles per hour. That actually gives him the fastest top speed tonight on the track in this class. John Zappia with a 253. But Daniel Gregorini on a 255.9. So, but John Zappia got the fastest ET of 5.781. Not a lot of difference in it. There's not a lot of wiggle room. But let me say, as we said before, I think tomorrow night's going to be a very interesting night to see where these guys start kicking themselves up when it comes to the point score. Round 1 of the Summit Race Sportsman Series.
Taking a look now behind the start line, we still got Zappia to come out and have one final crack tonight. So, watch those numbers, boys.
Oh, don't worry. We can see the numbers up here. I don't know about you.
We certainly can. Yeah, Matty, I see Richard Zappia out the track, having to talk to Andrew Sharp about the track, the condition. That information will now go back to the Zappia team, and they'll tune this car in nice and quickly. Expecting, look, I tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if John doesn't put this in the 5.6s on this pass. I know it's a big call, but it wouldn't surprise me at all. That's what they're aiming for, is consistency. But it's a Bronte Henning. Gee, I'm really disappointed they haven't had a decent run tonight. You know, a 24-second pass was the best they could do. Yeah, just wish they could get that sorted out. But it did appear the track staff were picking up some pieces after Bronte's 20-foot pass or thereabouts. So, look, let's just hope it all goes according to plan. Fortunately for the Henning team, they've got all night to repair the car, and it'll be back out for qualifying for tomorrow, no doubt.
Okay, boys, firing up down behind the start line, and take a look at it. The HQ comes straight into the burnout area. Absolutely no messing around there. Going back over to lane 2. Check it out for the little Corvette. That is one beautiful machine. And there we go for Andrew Sutton on board the 53 Corvette. So, John Zappia, the fastest time of the night, or the quickest ET. And we'll see how he goes about the mile per hour as well this time around. So, we have got a seasoned champion, multiple-time Australian champion, up alongside this beautiful little white Corvette, and we'll see how the numbers fall in only around about 30 seconds.
Andrew Sutton all the way from Alice Springs. His time at the moment is a 6.142, 243.06 miles an hour. Now, Andrew Sutton's going to be a little bit nervous, I think, up against John Zappia, up against that 5.781 ET.
Absolutely, and John Zappia is very good at cutting a good tree, as you can see by his best, is a 0.087 reaction time, whereas unfortunately for Andrew Sutton, a 0.275. He's only had 2 passes, but he needs to do something about the tree. That is Andrew Sutton.
Well, as we move up to the pre-stage line, we're in pre-stage right now. Zappia is at the line. So we start to egg on Andrew Sutton. There we go. Andrew Sutton's in full stage. Zappia's in full stage. Have a look at that. As Andrew Sutton went into deep stage, the reaction time 0.86 up against the 0.85. Wow! Look at the reaction time. That is what we like to see. John Zappia, 5.786, 254.18 mile an hour. Andrew Sutton, 6.491. I've got to look at the wrong spot. 6.491 at 226.
How impressive. Great pass. Gee. Great racing tonight. The top Doorslammers. We've still got another couple of cars coming back out, I think.
No, I think that was it.
That was the end of the show.
That is it. That ends tonight. So, ladies and gentlemen, that ends tonight's qualifying sessions. Tomorrow we will open the gates at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or thereabouts. And, of course, racing starts at 5. And we kick off with our qualifying session number 5 from 5.
Absolutely, yes. And, folks, before you leave, go down the pits and get yourself some merchandise. Most of the teams have got merchandise down there. It's great to walk around with, a Matty Abel shirt or a John Zappia shirt or someone like that. So go and check out the merchandise over by the pits. Go and say hello to the cars. The teams will love to speak to you. They love to tell you all about their cars. And
they do too.
Absolutely. When it comes to talking about your cars, you can never shut them up. But, yeah. Anyway, folks, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, okay? Make sure you come along. Invite all your friends along. If you're watching on YouTube, come and join us again tomorrow.
Yep, so thank you for everyone who's been watching us on YouTube. And, of course, g'day to Daryl. Nice run, Zap. He just mentioned there on the chat room, and of course Dale has said thanks, guys. And of course, what did Bruce say? Can you read that?
Yeah, on your Zap and crew, well done, Hidden Valley team, magnificent. Thanks, Bruce Barnett.
And then we got Scott White saying nice work, and Mad Cow Mark, thanks in
it lane. Thanks in it lane. Okay, fair enough.
Okay,
got your Mad Cow. Gee, appreciate your correspondence.
All right, guys, welcome, and we'll see you all again tomorrow. Gates open at 4, racing from 5, and until then, this is Wayne Cottle saying bye for now.
And Sean McCabe saying bye for now. See you tomorrow, folks. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
See you, Matt.
This live and free stream from the 2021 Top End Nationals at Darwin's Hidden Valley is proudly brought to you by ANDRA, the Australian National Drag Racing Association, Summit Racing Equipment, Summit Sportsman Series, Crow Cams, Coles Motors and Tourism Northern Territory.